All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are right at 12 o'clock. So we are excited to kick off our first session of the last day of SUNY Spectrum. We're very grateful to our colleagues from the UNH and Prevention Innovations Research Center, and excited to hand over the virtual microphone to Elizabeth Muscella, who is going to be discussing disclosure of sexual violence victimization among lesbian, gay, and bisexual community college students. So with that, Elizabeth, I will hand it over to you.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm very excited to be here. So my name is Dr. Elizabeth Muscella, and I am a research scientist at the University of New Hampshire Prevention Innovations Research Center. My co-presenter Sharon, unfortunately, is not able to be with us today, so I will be flying solo, and today I will be talking about sexual violence victimization among lesbian, gay, and bisexual community college students, specifically focusing on the rates of disclosure, sources of disclosure, including formal and informal sources, and anticipated social reactions to disclosure. And for the purposes of this presentation, sexual violence will refer to sexual assault, sexual harassment, dating violence, and stalking behaviors. I will also be using the term survivor and victim interchangeably, although I do prioritize the term survivor as it is more empowerment based. So as most of us know, college students who identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual, or LGB, report higher rates of sexual violence victimization compared to their heterosexual peers, with over 30% of lesbian and gay college students and over 60% of bisexual college students reporting some sort of victimization since entering their college or university. Research also documents the host of negative mental and physical side effects resulting from sexual violence victimization. And those can include substance abuse, post-traumatic stress symptoms, as well as academic failure or dropout rates. Recently, a focus on economic outcomes resulting from sexual violence victimization. And that economic loss can often result from the negative mental and physical side effects that result in loss of work or workplace transitions, or again, academic transitions, dropping out of school that results in a lower paying job, and things of that nature. So specifically for this presentation, we are focusing on community college students. So community colleges enroll higher rates of LGB students. And not only do these LGB students report higher rates of victimization than traditional LGB students attending four-year colleges and universities, but community college students in general, regardless of LGB status, report higher rates of victimization than students attending traditional four-year colleges and institutions. So there's kind of a twofold piece that makes community colleges specifically interesting, and something that we have studied over the course of the past 3-4 years at UNH Prevention Innovations. In addition to this, community colleges have fewer resources, and this can include minimal funding and fewer full-time staff that are dedicated to responding to incidents of sexual violence. So for instance, Title IX coordinators within community college settings often are academic advisors, or they are in HR departments or handling general student academic affairs, as opposed to traditional colleges and universities that tend to have a Title IX coordinator who is solely responsible for addressing incidents of sexual violence on campus. And ultimately, this really highlights the need to study this population because they have access to fewer resources, but at the same time experience higher rates of violent victimization. So recent research has really suggested that victimization may be so high among this population as a result of minority stress, or the unique stress that's faced by members of stigmatized groups, including LGBT populations. And this minority stress consists of internal factors like identity concealment, or internalized homophobia, and external stressors that include actual incidences of harassment and discrimination, whether that is in academic settings or workplace settings. And minority stress really has been shown to contribute to worse mental and physical health outcomes among LGBT populations, which also exacerbates the impact of victimization among this population. So really it has been attributed to help explain that it increases the susceptibility to victimization through these additional channels of internal and external stressors. And the effects of minority stress have been shown to be more pronounced among bisexual populations in particular, as they experience marginalization from both heterosexual and lesbian and gay communities. And this may include things about negative stereotypes, including that bisexual individuals are more promiscuous, and other stereotypes such as those that may increase the minority stress that they experience, as they do experience it from both communities. And it may also explain why they report poorer mental health and well-being compared to heterosexual populations, but also compared to lesbian and gay populations. So it really does add a specific nuance that for much of the literature has been kind of left out or encapsulated in just the LGBT community. And on top of that, bisexual women in particular are at a higher risk, and in fact, the highest risk of sexual violence victimization. And they also report the greatest amount of post-traumatic stress symptoms compared to lesbian and gay populations, but also heterosexual populations. Fortunately, research does show that disclosure really can mitigate the risk of minority stress on both LGBT populations, but also disclosing sexual identity and having received support can mitigate the impacts of minority stress among this population. And disclosing to others and receiving support may be even more beneficial for LGBT survivors, given that they face stress related to both sexual identity, but also sexual violence victimization. So research suggests that between 75 and 92% of sexual violence survivors disclose their experiences, with the majority disclosing to informal rather than formal sources. So informal sources include family and friends, while formal sources can include medical professionals, law enforcement officers, counselors, victim advocates. They may be confidential or non-confidential sources. And positive social reactions to disclosure are considered the most helpful by survivors and are associated with lower rates of self-blame and post-traumatic stress symptoms. Positive responses are also shown to be associated with better health and perceived recovery among survivors as well. Alternatively, as expected, negative social reactions, including reactions such as blame, may have a greater impact on survivors. And so really, as much as survivors perceive positive reactions being the most helpful to them, receiving negative reactions impacts mental health much greater than positive reactions do. And they have a greater impact on mental health and physical well-being outcomes. And this can include post-traumatic stress and self-doubt. However, to date, much of this research really focuses on the victimization of heterosexual women, and less is really known about LGBT survivors. So the limited research on sexual violence disclosure among LGBT survivors suggests that minority stress creates additional barriers for victims that are trying to seek help. So specifically, LGBT survivors report not seeking help more due to the fear that their sexual identity would be exposed or feeling shame about their own sexual identity. So people are choosing not to disclose more often because of the fear associated with disclosing their sexual identity, as opposed to the fear about disclosing sexual violence victimization. And this research suggests that between 35% and 78% of LGB survivors disclose most commonly to informal sources like friends. And that is very similar to the rates of disclosure among heterosexual women as well. But there are differences in sexual assault disclosure that have been reported between lesbian and bisexual survivors of sexual violence. So compared to lesbian women, bisexual women report higher rates of disclosure. And this study was specific to campus staff, law enforcement, as well as romantic partners. But there's very limited research on the reactions to disclosure among LGBT survivors of sexual violence. And the only study to date that we were able to find that examined some of these nuances showed that bisexual survivors receive fewer positive social reactions compared to lesbian survivors of sexual violence. And these negative reactions, or the fewer positive social reactions, resulted in greater post-traumatic stress among bisexual women who were also victims of sexual violence. So there does seem to be differences within these populations, but to date, very few studies have actually examined it. And so our research team, given this limited research and the fact that the majority of studies have combined samples of lesbian, gay, and bisexual survivors of sexual violence, really tried to discover what some of these nuances are. In addition to that, given that the majority of studies have focused on heterosexual or lesbian and bisexual women that are attending traditional four-year colleges, we added to the literature by really focusing on the community college populations. So the current study aimed to examine the rates of sexual violence disclosure to informal and formal sources, and the subsequent anticipated social reactions to disclosure among lesbian, bisexual, and gay female and male survivors of sexual violence. So we explored 5 different hypotheses within this study. And the first was that students who identify as bisexual would experience significantly higher rates of victimization than students who identify as heterosexual or bisexual and gay. Oh, goodness, sorry about that, technological difficulties. Our second hypothesis was that bisexual survivors would report worse mental health outcomes than lesbian and gay or heterosexual survivors. The third hypothesis explored rates of disclosure and suggested, given the mixed literature that we found and the very limited literature that we found was more exploratory, that rates of disclosure would simply vary by sexual orientation. And no direction was predicted because the rates of disclosure vary significantly between 35 and 78%. Our fourth hypothesis stated that lesbian and gay and bisexual survivors would anticipate more negative social reactions than heterosexual survivors. And in turn, that heterosexual survivors would anticipate more positive social reactions than lesbian and gay and bisexual survivors. And then lastly, our fifth hypothesis suggested that for all survivors, regardless of LGBT status, higher rates of anticipated positive social reactions would be associated with better well-being outcomes, and higher rates of anticipated negative social reactions would be associated with poorer well-being outcomes. So for this study, we invited community college students enrolled at 7 community colleges in 1 northeastern state to participate in an online survey. And we recruited students via flyers that were posted on campus pre-COVID times, social media posts, as well as an email from the college's Title IX coordinator. So there's one director of all of the Title IX procedures for the community college system that does contain all 7 community colleges. And they had received an email, every single student, from this Title IX coordinator. And the survey was administered via Qualtrics and was expected to take approximately 25 minutes to complete. And the survey inquired about victimization history, specifically since enrolling at their current institution. The survey also inquired about mental health and life satisfaction, the disclosure of sexual violence, as well as the anticipated responses to disclosure, as well as demographic information. And after completing the survey, participants received a list of campus-specific and community resources. And this included the local rape crisis center or domestic violence shelter. And then they had the opportunity to enter a gift card drawing to win one of $50 gift cards. And all procedures were approved by the UNH IRB as well as the IRBs at each of the 7 institutions. There were also several measures that we used as stated, and the predominant measure was the ARC3, or the Administrator Research Campus Climate Collaborative Survey, that was created by researchers at the Georgia State University. And then here are just the citations for the specific measures on mental health, life satisfaction, disclosure, as well as the anticipated social reactions of disclosure. These have all been validated, but again, the majority have been validated within heterosexual populations for college students at traditional 4-year universities. So of the 1,500 students who responded, 677 reported at least one incident of sexual violence victimization. The majority participants were women between the ages of 18 and 25. The majority were also white at about 86%, which does correspond with the demographics in the state where the data was collected. And about 80% lived off campus with a partner or child, or a parent or family member. And this also speaks to the community college demographic population, in which the majority do not have residential housing on campus, and most are commuter students. For male survivors of sexual violence, approximately 74% identified as heterosexual, 15% identified as gay, and about 11% identified as bisexual. And for female survivors of sexual violence, approximately 80% identified as heterosexual, 3% identified as lesbian, and 18% identified as bisexual. Due to the small sample size of LGB men and the sensitive nature of the data that was collected, we combined the samples of men and women to not identify any unique participants. We also had a very low number of transgender individuals or gender non-binary individuals who completed the survey, less than 2%. And so for that reason, we did exclude those survivors from the binary of female and male survivors for this study. So moving on to our findings, so consistent with prior research, approximately 64% of bisexual students reported victimization, followed by 57% of lesbian and gay students, and about 41% of heterosexual students. Chi-square tests of independence were conducted and showed that bisexual students were significantly more likely to experience victimization compared to both heterosexual students as well as students who identify as lesbian and gay. And this does support hypothesis 1 and was consistent with prior research. One-way ANOVAs were also conducted to examine how mental health and life satisfaction vary by sexual orientation among survivors who identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual. And so as shown in this first table, bisexual survivors had significantly lower mental health compared to heterosexual survivors. But there were no significant differences between lesbian and gay and heterosexual survivors of sexual violence victimization. In terms of life satisfaction, bisexuals again reported the lowest, significantly lower life satisfaction compared to heterosexual and lesbian and gay survivors of sexual violence. But as with mental health, there were no significant differences between lesbian and gay and heterosexual survivors. So these findings partially support hypothesis 2, which said that both lesbian and gay and bisexual populations would have lower mental health and life satisfaction. So we did not find that for lesbian and gay and heterosexual survivors. I think somebody may have just accidentally colored on the screen, but we will work through that. Thank you. So moving on, so of the 614 survivors who completed questions on disclosure, approximately 42% of heterosexuals 50% of lesbian and gay survivors and 57% of bisexuals disclosed their victimization experience. So a chi-square test of independence was conducted and showed that bisexual survivors were significantly more likely to disclose their sexual assault compared to heterosexual victims. But there were no significant differences between bisexual survivors and lesbian and gay survivors, nor were there significant differences between lesbian and gay survivors and heterosexual survivors of sexual violence. So the differences were most pronounced among bisexual survivors compared to heterosexual survivors. So in terms of the recipients of disclosure, we looked at several informal and formal sources of disclosure. So the first one we looked at was friends. And there were no significant differences between heterosexual survivors, lesbian and gay survivors, and bisexual survivors for disclosing to friends. However, these numbers do map on quite well to what research has documented for disclosure to informal sources in the literature. However, for romantic partners, bisexual survivors were more likely to disclose their victimization than heterosexual survivors. There were no differences between lesbian and gay and heterosexual survivors in terms of this number. The third informal source was disclosing to family. And here we did see significant differences between both bisexual and heterosexual survivors of sexual violence, and also bisexual and lesbian and gay survivors of sexual violence. So there were significant differences on both of those parts, but again, no differences between lesbian and gay survivors and heterosexual survivors. In terms of formal sources of disclosure, we saw that bisexuals were more likely to report significantly compared to heterosexual survivors to law enforcement, which is also consistent with prior literature. And then in terms of reporting to a counselor, there were no differences for bisexual survivors, but lesbian and gay survivors of sexual violence were significantly more likely than heterosexual survivors to disclose to counselors or crisis center personnel. And lastly, we see significant differences again among lesbian and gay survivors of sexual violence compared to heterosexuals for reporting to college staff. One-way ANOVAs were also conducted to examine differences in anticipated positive and negative social reactions in terms of sexual orientation. So anticipated social reactions that were positive in nature were not significantly different for heterosexual, lesbian, or gay, or bisexual survivors, which was contrary to what we anticipated in hypothesis 4. However, lesbian and gay survivors anticipated significantly more negative social reactions than heterosexual survivors. Although this graph doesn't quite do it justice in terms of that difference, there was quite a bit of significance there for lesbian and gay survivors anticipating more negative social reactions. And lastly, to explore hypothesis 5, correlations were conducted for each group of survivors to examine the relationship between anticipated social reactions and well-being outcomes. So anticipated social reactions were not significant for either lesbian and gay or bisexual survivors. So the graphics shown on the screen are only for heterosexual survivors of sexual violence. And what we found was that anticipated positive reactions were associated with better mental health, and anticipated negative reactions were associated with worse mental health. And in terms of life satisfaction, we saw the same trend where anticipated positive social reactions were associated with better life satisfaction, and anticipated negative social reactions were associated with poorer life satisfaction. And so these findings partially support hypothesis 5, as we expected that the differences would be more pronounced among lesbian and gay and bisexual survivors of sexual assault. So consistent with prior research, LGBT community college students reported higher rates of victimization, with bisexual students reporting victimization at significantly higher rates than both heterosexual and lesbian and gay students. And bisexual survivors also reported significantly lower mental health and life satisfaction than heterosexual survivors, which again is consistent with prior literature. And these differences have largely been attributed due to the marginalization by both heterosexual and lesbian and gay communities. Bisexual survivors were also significantly more likely to disclose their victimization overall. They were also more likely to disclose compared to heterosexual survivors among romantic partners and law enforcement, and were more likely to disclose to family than both heterosexual survivors and lesbian and gay survivors. However, lesbian and gay survivors of sexual violence were more likely to disclose to counselors and college staff than heterosexual survivors of sexual violence. It's possible that due to the sexual minority stress that LGBT students experience, they may seek out additional support for services than heterosexual peers. So it's possible that because the minority stress exacerbates the symptoms that are resulting from sexual violence victimization, they are in seek of services more often than heterosexual victims. And of note, lesbian and gay survivors anticipated more negative social reactions than heterosexual survivors. So it may be that if bisexual survivors were victimized by somebody of another gender, they may not feel the same pressure to disclose their sexual orientation as lesbian and gay survivors. So they may anticipate more negative social reactions due to the fear that their sexual identity would be exposed when disclosing victimization, or that they might receive potentially discriminatory or stigmatizing responses than heterosexual or potentially bisexuals would if they don't feel the need to disclose their sexual orientation when reporting to formal or informal sources. And while the present study furthers our understanding of disclosure, specifically among LGBT survivors of sexual violence, as well as community college students, there were a number of limitations to the present study. So first, the present study did not measure actual social reactions to disclosure from sexual violence victimization. So only the anticipated social reactions were recorded. Future research should really focus on actual responses to disclosure of LGBT community college students to both informal and formal sources of support, as we know that the way that people respond really does have a strong impact on the mental health outcomes that survivors experience. However, anticipated social responses do give us insight into why victims may or may not choose to disclose to specific sources. So it is still an important construct that furthers our knowledge of why people do or do not seek help after victimization, but it may not have the strongest association with mental health outcomes of survivors simply because actual social reactions do have a greater impact on mental health outcomes. Second, although we asked participants about their anticipated social reactions, the wording of the questions themselves did not list specific categories of disclosure recipients. So for example, we didn't ask if you told law enforcement officials or if you told a friend about your sexual violence victimization, how would you expect them to react? So it is likely that the responses would differ when answering questions about informal and formal sources of disclosure. We also did not measure responses to disclosing sexual orientation or sexual identity, which may also have a great impact due to the fear and potential stigma that survivors that are LGBT experience when disclosing, if they do disclose both victimization and their sexual orientation. And lastly, we did not examine disclosure or anticipated social reactions by gender identity. And this is extremely important because we do know that those who identify as a gender non-binary experience some of the highest rates of sexual violence victimization in the United States. So it is an extremely important topic that unfortunately we did not have the sample size to conduct without identifying potential unique individuals within our sample. But we do recognize that it is an extremely important topic for future researchers to examine if and when they have the appropriate sample to do so. So next steps in our research should not only address the current limitations of this project, but should further unpack the relationship between minority stress and the reactions to disclosure. So more research is really needed, especially since none of the positive or negative anticipated social reactions were associated with well-being outcomes for LGBT survivors. So it suggests that there's something else that is going on, that there's additional factors, potentially chronic minority stress, that may overshadow the impact of social reactions among LGBT victims. So it may be that survivors who identify as LGBT may be more distressed over the fear of being stigmatized or discriminated against for their sexual orientation, as opposed to the fear of negative reactions due to the victimization itself. So there really is a need to understand so that we can better provide services for this population. And next steps also really include identifying and offering support services for LGBT students at community colleges who do have a history of sexual violence. And given that there is less access to resources than traditional four-year colleges and universities, there's even more of a need to offer that on community college campuses. This is also extremely important in addition to our findings, is that LGBT populations report more unmet health service needs and more negative experiences with healthcare professionals than heterosexual populations do. And that compounded with the additional stress of disclosing sexual violence victimization really highlights the needs for trauma-informed services. So thank you all for joining me today. I came in a little bit under time, but I do want to acknowledge the funding provided for this project by the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Office on Women's Health, as well as thank my co-author, Dr. Sharon Potter, who's the co-director of the Prevention Innovations Research Center at the University of New Hampshire, and to also thank all of the survivors who participated in our study and were able to share and provide extremely insightful information about disclosure, sexual violence victimization, and the sources that they have disclosed to and the potential reactions to those disclosures. So thank you so much. And if anyone has any questions, I am happy to answer those.
We did have a couple of folks, if you're seeing the chat, who referenced the news this week about Bill Cosby. And if you wanted to, there's a bunch of different posts about it, if you wanted to give some your thoughts there.
Absolutely. So, oh goodness, I was pulling up the chat so that I can actually look at some of the.
And if you want, you can stop sharing if that'll make it easier for you.
Definitely might make that a little easier.
And then you get to see the chat, no problem.
Yes, absolutely. So I definitely can speak a little bit to that as the release of Bill Cosby has definitely caused quite a stir in our office, as well as the field of interpersonal violence in general. And so we often know from the research that incidents that are public in terms of sexual violence can have multiple impacts and are often multifaceted. So they can have more positive effects because when incidents do happen in the media that are shared, it can often prompt people to disclose, to raise awareness, to in some way almost counteract the negative news that is happening. And so it can prompt people to share their victimization story, to say, you know, it does happen. And as a survivor, I am, you know, extremely hurt by the news and messages such as that to raise awareness. However, it can also have an extremely negative effect in a dual way. So for people that are sharing the news in a more quote unquote positive light, where they're like, things like messages of support that he should have been released, or there wasn't enough evidence for the case, and things along that line. Those people are really discouraging people that they know who are survivors from disclosing, and really sending these negative messages that they're not a safe person for disclosure, and can result and exacerbate blame that they may feel over their own incident of sexual violence. And it can also have a negative effect in their general feelings and their identity as a survivor of sexual violence. So when receiving those messages that, this is the way that our society responds, this is the way that our criminal justice system responds to survivors, to when people report, in thinking about how our society treats perpetrators, it really promotes these social norms that, perpetrators are protected, that victims do not have a voice. And if they use their voice, the result is going to be negative for them and positive for the perpetrator. So there's definitely quite a mix. And with the use of social media, particularly following the Me Too movement and the Time's Up movement, there's definitely been more research on the impact of social media. And with cases such as these, oftentimes college students in particular will look to their institution to make some sort of statement. So for example, with the Black Lives Matter movement, a lot of universities sent out messages of support with resources for students that are multicultural. In the wake of Me Too movement, many universities sent out statements, we stand with survivors, here are the resources we offer on campus, or here are the resources that are provided in our area, national hotlines, things of that nature. But when cases like this are released and universities don't take a stance or promote any messages that support survivors, it can have a backlash effect of survivors' use of resources at their institution. And it can promote a sense of what's called institutional betrayal, where they feel like their institution has let them down as a survivor. And so that can be a really negative impact on survivors' ability to seek help, which again can result in so many mental health and academic failures among survivors.
I want to maybe pull on a thread that you included in that last very comprehensive answer. One of the things that I noted when the decision came out earlier this week was that dozens, hundreds of people who had fairly prominent social media profiles had commented on the substance of it before the possibility that they had read. I mean, this was like a dozens and dozens of pages decision, and the first several dozen pages were devoted to really saying how legitimate the conviction was on the basis of the substance of the conviction. And for those of you who haven't followed it or didn't read the opinion had to do with fundamental due process concerns around an earlier agreement between a former prosecutor and the defendant, Mr. Cosby, and not around the substance of the case. And I'm not saying this good, bad, or otherwise, just that's what the opinion has to be happened to be about. And yet we saw a number of people with much more prominent Twitter followings than I have, who were already giving the facts of it, but those were not actually the facts. And I wonder, I wasn't going to ask it, but you said it, I'm just going to kind of pull on the thread, whether that in and of itself may have a negative impact on survivors coming forward. Whereas if folks had taken a day to read a fairly complex judicial opinion from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, this wasn't like a tweet that the state Supreme Court put out, maybe could have written about it in a way, and maybe it's still bad, and there are still some significant issues around the private discussions between the prior prosecutor and the defendant and his attorney and the role of wealth and the like. Taking that aside, it would be different from the testimony of the victim survivor in this case having been sort of nullified. So can you dive into that? Because that's something that I wanted to kind of pull on that thread.
So absolutely. So I mean, I think, you know, any support that's shown for perpetrators, regardless even of conviction, and I see in the chat some people are mentioning Brock Turner and things like that, previous cases of sexual violence. I think regardless of even how much evidence there is, there's a persona of believing survivors. And I think there's a lot of falsification around how many reports are true. The truth is that only 2% of any sexual violence reports are false. And the majority of survivors never actually report to law enforcement whatsoever. So I think any post that's potentially supporting the release can have negative impacts on, this person, feeling invalidated as a survivor of sexual violence. And so I think even without any of the, knowing any of the details of the case, without reading any transcripts, I think having a say and making a comment or an opinion about the case itself, regardless of how many details you include or that justify why you feel what you feel, or your support or your lack of support for the decision. I think when survivors see those messages, whether they're from celebrities, whether they're from news sources, whether they're from friends or family members, that all impacts, the role of social media impacts so much of people's identities. And I think as a survivor, when you read posts that are marginally close to anything about, sexual violence, whether it is even an unrelated post about somebody, there's a lot about, for instance, like Johnny Depp, and even some people saying, like the new Johnny Depp movie was great. As a survivor, people can feel invalidated by that simply because he has been accused of perpetration for domestic violence. And so I think that people pull these messages and receive these messages, even if that might not be the intention, or even if people misspeak or don't know all of the facts. But I think people, survivors are able to pull that and tie that into, and it impacts the way that they think about their own identity as a survivor, who they've told, and there can often be a disconnect between, people who may have supported them or believed them, and then, are commenting on the release of Bill Cosby. Or it might have been the opposite, where people may have not supported them or reacted poorly because maybe the perpetrator was somebody that they knew, but then are taking a stance on the Bill Cosby case. So I think in more of a vague way, any messages related to this do impact survivors who see it, whether it is positive or negative. And it does cue survivors to think, this person may or may not be a safe person to talk to. This person may or may not be somebody that I want to share with or get to know more or follow on social media, and things of that nature. I don't know if that answers your question. I don't want to, social media impact is only somewhat in my wheelhouse. So I don't want to be misinformed on the impacts. And I, again, have only followed the case with Bill Cosby so much. And again, don't want to misspeak on not knowing everything, because I have not done an in-depth dive on the transcripts that have been released either.
One of the questions that came into the chat from earlier in your presentation, why does it seem that bi and lesbian and gay victim survivors disclosed more than heterosexual victims and survivors?
Absolutely. So part of the reason that we speculate, and that research has speculated, is simply because of the role of minority stress. We know that just in general, regardless of victimization status, people who identify as LGB report more stressors. They report more negative mental health. They report lower life satisfaction, quality of life. And so these struggles are already going on regardless of victimization. And when victimization is compounded with that, minority stress can exacerbate the negative outcomes that result from trauma. So if you are already experiencing, a low quality of life, and then victimization occurs, where you start and the impacts that it will have an even larger impact on your ability to cope with that traumatic event. And so what we've speculated, and what some prior research has speculated, is that because they are experiencing worse mental health, there's a need, it's more apparent, the need to seek services. And that need, really can be disclosing to informal or formal sources. We also speculate that for bisexual survivors in particular, if somebody has perpetrated against them and they are not a person of the same sex, that they more relate to the disclosure of some heterosexual individuals where they don't feel necessarily the fear of disclosing, but also simply too because they do report more victimization. So it was not reported in this study, but when analyzing the data that we did collect, bisexual women in particular were also more likely to report more victimization. So not only higher rates, but also 3 or 4 times the amount of sexual violence. So not just one sexual assault, but 3 sexual assaults, or not just one sexual assault, but sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. So there's also more instances and more chances for them to actually report to law enforcement or to medical professionals if they are injured from an assault, and things of that nature, which could also be contributing to some of those higher numbers. Also, there hasn't been too much literature on this, but there was a paper that I did read in preparation for this study, in which bisexual, lesbian, and gay survivors also tend to experience more severe forms of violence. So meaning that they might be more likely to be physically injured. There's more likely to be a weapon involved. And there's also compounded nature of potential hate crime and sexual violence. So there has been some data to show that among perpetrators that there is some mentality of like, I'm gonna make them straight by violating them, by engaging in sexual assault or rape or violence of some nature. And so with the compounded victimization and sexual identity, that violence can be more severe and again have a more severe impact, which might justify the need to disclose and seek more support simply to balance the negative impact that it's having.
Another question that came in, I'm curious if the research tracked the gender identity of the people who assaulted their partners and if trends or patterns were seen there.
So we do have that data. It was not reported in this study, but we do have that data and did find that men were the most likely perpetrators of violence. And that included among lesbian women as well, which does provide some support for potentially the compounded, hate crime element of sexual orientation compounded with sexual violence victimization. And so in the study, over 90% of the perpetrators were male. And that was regardless of sexual orientation. So across the board, over 90% were male, which was something that is consistent with prior research. And we are still kind of analyzing some of this data to track potential trends in disclosure among perpetration status, not only in the gender identity of the perpetrator, but also in the relationship status for somebody who was a fellow student versus we have data on faculty and staff members versus data on like a stranger assault, which is less common, but still does happen. So we're still in the midst of analyzing the more nuances that accompany rates of disclosure among these populations.
Okay, and I'm just looking through, there's quite a number of people who thanked you for the research and for the presentation. I'm just looking through, and a reminder that folks can either send questions to me, Joseph Storch, or can send it right to the chat. If you send it to me, obviously it'll be completely anonymous. There's quite a lot here. while we wait for more questions, the Preventions Innovations Research Center is always innovating. We've known Jane and Sharon for 1,000 years, it seems like, and there's always innovations. So tell us a little bit about what's next on the dance card for the PIRC and for some of the research you're doing, and what folks can look forward to maybe hearing about in Spectrum 2022.
Yep, absolutely. So we are very interested right now in looking at the intersection of multiple identities. So minority stress impacts not just sexual identity, but also, in particular, in the current climate in the US, racial identity right now. It has for generations, but has in the past several years been really brought to the forefront. And the same types of institutional betrayal and minority stress that accompanies issues around sexual violence and LGBT status are also very true of racial minority populations. And so we're very interested in looking at the intersectionality of these pieces to really understand which identities are the most impacted and most impact disclosure and ability to seek services. Because we know, similar to LGBT populations, that racial minorities are also mistreated by the system, whether it's the criminal justice system as in sexual violence, whether it is unmet needs from medical professionals when seeking services. So really looking at the impacts of multiple identities among survivors to understand how we can best make prevention efforts, but also bolster the response that these communities are experiencing. So in addition to that, we are working on several projects with adolescents right now, which has been very exciting. And we are hoping to really increase prevention efforts among youth, as we know from conversations with colleges in particular, that they're like, by the time students get here, so many of these messages are already ingrained. So much prevention needs to happen earlier on, which is actually a great segue into the next presentation with One Love, because we have been collaborating with them for the past year and are actually working on some exciting projects with them in the future, very near future. And so we are working to examine some of their prevention efforts as well, and have had some great partnerships with them and preventing violence among adolescent populations. In addition to that, we are also working on some exciting projects looking at in terms of faculty, academia, and particularly in the STEM fields, and issues around racial identity, gender identity, and the harassment and violence that follows in those fields, and what we can do to attack some of the nuances within the STEM field to prevent and support individuals who are working to promote career success among them as well. So quite a few things happening right now that we are very excited on working with and moving forward.
A lot of good stuff there. We're very interested at SUNY, as you might imagine. We do a lot of STEM, so we are very interested, I think, in that, because there have certainly been historical challenges in those fields that need to, that should be addressed, and so we're very interested in that. Do you intend to go back to this study on any type of calendar to kind of see longitudinal changes?
So the data that was actually presented in this study was the end of a longitudinal study. So we had collected data previously, about 2 years before this data was collected. Unfortunately, because most of the colleges that we're working with only enroll students for 2 years, as opposed to 4 years, it's harder to track those participants after they have graduated.
I'm sorry, I misspoke on the longitudinal. And you're 100% right. I just meant to go back to see whether societal changes would affect, obviously, a different cohort. Apologies for misspeaking.
No worries at all. Absolutely. So that is something that we are very interested in, especially with everything that has happened, this past year, and a lot of the social movements around different identities, racial identity, ethnic identity, and the different movements that have happened, and the impact of those movements on survivors moving forward. So we are very interested in still looking at that, and potentially looking at, again, the greater impact of social media on disclosure and instances such as that, particularly among more marginalized groups.
A question that came in: based on your research, do you have any suggestions to increase support or more targeted support?
Absolutely. So I think particularly in the time that we're in with LGB, it tends to be an issue that's now coming up where organizations are, the pride flag is posted on everything. And there's been some backlash for organizations that actually donate to anti-LGB organizations, but yet use the pride flag during the month to increase, viewership of their channel or engage different audiences to increase sales and things like that. And so I think even though a lot of spaces say, like we are safe places, we're safe spaces for people to share their identity, to seek help, to seek support, I think there is some resulting skepticism that has occurred more recently simply because of people's misuse and mistreatment of, being a safe space. So I think a lot of the organizations that we're working with to promote diversity and inclusivity have been, being publicly at the forefront to say, to make their resource known and to take a stance on these movements. So in the public eye, they're not just, posting a pride flag saying, we're a safe place, but to really more actively engage the community, to actively take a stance to engage community members so that they are recognizing not just once, not just during Pride Month, but repeatedly that this is a safe place and a safe space to share my identity, to disclose, to potentially reduce some of that fear that people have when disclosing victimization, that I will be outed, I will be discriminated against.
It is hard when we've seen such a shift in just 5 years. When we launched Spectrum, there were no companies on my Twitter feed who had changed their logo for the month of June. For this fourth Spectrum, I can't find a company that is using their standard logo. And there's no good housekeeping seal of approval for what is legitimate and what is marketing. And I can't imagine you have a way of discerning right now between, is Papa John's pride flag more legitimate than Domino's, more legitimate than Pizza Hut's, more legitimate than, you name it, I don't know, the local pizza place?
Exactly. And I just saw somebody in the chat who was like, what can we guarantee, like safe from what, safe from whom? And I think that is a question that is in a lot of people's minds, particularly in Pride Month, when it seems to be, almost the popular thing to do. In the past 5 years, it's grown from, like, oh, you have a pride flag to why don't you have a pride flag? And I think that, making sure that, it's not just during Pride Month, but it's an active, ongoing effort to reach out to communities who need it, to make statements on issues when they come up, to say, this is our stance. Because I think when that silence occurs, when organizations and institutions don't show support for those communities when instances happen, they're sending a message that that's not a priority, or, maybe there's too much of a monetary investment at stake to make that stance. And that's more important than the way that we value LGBT, communities. And I think those messages really do resonate, similar to, when there's silence about, the Bill Cosby case or any popular case in the media, like that silence resonates. As much as taking a stance, whether that stance be positive or negative. So I think making those efforts to actively include and speak out on those issues can engage people of that community to say, I feel like this is an organization that I can trust.
Over 12 months, not just that 1 month.
Yes, exactly. All year round, when instances happen, when hate crimes occur, to say, we don't support this, we don't support the way that it was handled. And I think a lot of people fear doing that for the sake of losing people. But I think sometimes those messages can be necessary because that silence, can be deafening for a lot of people who say, it's great that you might support this during Pride Month, but year round, if I come in, is that going to be, a problem? And so I think that that can be one way to engage those populations more readily.
Well, Dr. Elizabeth Michela, we are so grateful for you joining us here at Spectrum. Someone noted in the chat earlier the absolute overrepresentation of high-quality Elizabeth speakers that we've had over the course of this conference. We have one Elizabeth in the audience who's applauding for that, and thank you. And we hope that as you have more stuff, and I'm pretty confident that we will see you and your colleagues, God willing, in person at a future Spectrum conference. So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
And we will give everybody a half an hour to check your email, to check social media, to take a break, run a lap around the block, whatever you need to do. We will see you back here at 1:30 here on the East Coast. Our friends and colleagues at the One Love Foundation will be doing their workshop, and we are excited about that. We are also excited to see what comes out of work between One Love and Prevention Innovations. I'm personally take a lot of pride in that, because I remember when they started talking, when the two groups started talking 4 years ago at one of these Spectrum conferences. So we will see you all back here at 1:30. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that great presentation. And we will see you in about a half an hour.
Elizabeth, I'm just checking my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, good timing. I was just going to ask you to do that.
Thank you.
Perfect. And Michael is actually joining right now, so we'll go ahead and get him upgraded. Hey, Michael, we're working on upgrading you to co-host. You should be able to unmute now, Michael.
Awesome. I think I can. That's perfect.
Excellent. Audio
Michael,
sounds
one for you.
Always, Lisa.
Right? Do you know that I have so many One Love shirts that I had to have 2 baskets in my new closet? One says One Love at OSU and the other one says One Love shirts because I have too many. I'll take a picture and send it to you. It's really funny.
I was going back through all my different Oswego Yards for Yardley shirts 2 days ago. I was moving and I was like, I've got every year since 2018. So
awesome. It's so cool. And then when we get a budget again, we'll have more.
Yeah. Perfect.
Should I just be admitting people?
no, we can do that.
Okay. I don't mind.
And Michael, you can share your, I don't know if you're sharing your screen or.
I'm actually gonna have Jamie who's gonna be joining me and she'll be sharing her screen. She'll be here in a second.
Michael, you use he, him pronouns?
Yes.
I have to say, Elizabeth, if you're listening, this conference has been outstanding. I mean, they always are, but I feel like these presenters have been so incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, we were really excited. A lot of folks submitted proposals, which was exciting. And yeah, and then some just, we had sort of happened to just come up in conversation and just sort of happen, but obviously all the credit goes to the presenters and their content. We're just grateful to have been able to host them. Hi, Jamie.
And
you're gonna get upgraded to co-host in just a second, so you can unmute yourself.
Even on our campus, like I've been walking around, you know, because we had orientation this week, talking to people about it. And everybody's like, oh my God, did you see that guy on Tuesday? Like, you know, people have been just like talking about the sessions. And, you know, I made sure that people that had signed up that we knew of, you know, were aware of the links. But people are super psyched, like lots of good content.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, it was great to see Elizabeth presenting before. We are working with Elizabeth and Sharon on trying to continue to make One Love fully evidence-based. So
yay!
We're getting
That's
into that.
exciting.
But, it was fun to see Elizabeth popping on right before us. We've had many conversations recently.
That's great.
I have great memories of the pre-con for the first spectrum, where we had a pre-con from Prevention Innovations and a pre-con for the One Love Foundation, and folks met there and were having lunch together. So
That's
a
fun.
match made. I can't claim this, but I can claim a match made at Spectrum.
That's awesome.
Katie Hood might tell me no, Sharon Potter might tell me no, but I'm going to claim Spectrum is the match.com of high level research for evidence-based.
That's awesome. And
Jamie, do you want to go ahead and just test your mic, and then you should be able to share your screen as well.
Sure. All right.
I always feel like such a buzzkill.
So excited to be
perfect.
here.
Sounds good. I just have to cut off the fun discussion to be like, all right, let's do tech check.
sorry,
No.
chatty.
No, it's okay. Luckily, I like have no shame, so I have no problem just jumping in and be like, quiet.
Well, Michael, yesterday at orientation, a bunch of students and families came up to my table, and we have this like trifold thing that just shows a lot of our programming, and we have this one section at Yards for Yardley, and a lot of people asked, what's that about, and so I told the story and talked about the Brockport and Geneseo situations too, and the parents were just so happy that we're being so transparent about this, like that they feel like their high schools and other colleges that they know of are not doing enough around this topic. And so they were so thankful. And I just was beaming with pride, like, yeah.
As you should. That's so great to hear.
I wish I could find the email from Lisa Evanesky from three-quarters of a decade ago saying, I'd like you to meet somebody from the One Love Foundation. I think they're going to end up doing some cool stuff. That's how it all started.
That's how it started.
Lisa's the real match. Lisa's the real match.com here.
That's right.
She is
called. I prefer bomb.com, but funny.
I have so many things to say, but I will just say Lisa is the original matchmaker.
Well, it all started, Michael, for us with our nurse from the health center who sent me the video. Hey, you should look into this. That's how it started for us with One Love. I was like, yes, we should.
When Lisa Evanesky tells me I should take a call, the answer is always yes.
Right? I think I maybe have more clout with you, Joe, than with everyone else in my life.
Yeah, for everyone online, that's the way to Joe. You just gotta. We'll have Lisa drop her email in the chat.
That's right.
Your meeting with Joe.
My social media, right?
It's true. My children actually send their demands for YouTube and candy through Lisa Evanesky. Always more effective.
Not the Twitter.
Not the Twitter. No, they just want the YouTube and the candy.
Are we in an open forum here, or are we in a private room somewhere?
No, we're in an open forum.
Okay.
Before you curse, we are in the open forum.
Although it's Friday, so at this point, my care is just kidding.
Love it.
Although I did say buzzkill, so clearly my care might be gone.
I love it. When I started working for the president's office, I had to curb my swearing a little. It's not gone, but I got better. Not that I shouldn't have been already caring as an employee, but I care a little more now. Oh, did you see that person? You said Yardley lived near.
Was that in Baltimore or at UVA? Yep, I live in Baltimore City, so I'm sure if you're from Baltimore, not too far from where you were at UVA. Very cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I always talk about how we're trying to prevent it from happening on our campus, and even just saying that out loud is it just feels so much pain, for everyone else, but that's what we're trying to do. Me too, Andra. Me too.
Tough one.
I have 4 of my 4 summer interns participating too.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
5.
Are you my other intern? That's right.
I'm doing my distance learning internship.
That's right.
By the way, when I said that at some meeting, our interns were like, "Oh my God, Joe, are you doing an internship?" And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, you said you were interning with Lisa Vanesky." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, you said that. I said, I did.
I don't remember what meeting that was.
I don't know, but
it was recent though, wasn't it? Like, I don't know. Feels recent.
I don't know. I'm basically like the Finding Dory of higher education law, where 6 seconds later, I just like, what? P. Sherman, 43 Wallaby Way?
Oh, like, it was at the Stixa conference.
Or Stixa conference, yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
8 seconds after the conference ends, I have no idea what I talked about. I just hope I didn't commit malpractice.
It's funny. I even broke out my blue reading glasses, so you know.
Do you not have green and gold ones to wear?
You should ask that. I do not, and I feel, I was voted most school spirited in high school, and it's probably not a surprise. So I need to get some, but we'll work on that.
Those are very trendy, though, the ones you have on.
Right? They're so like sea glassy.
Speaking of trendy, I just saw your shirt, Lisa. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you heard, I will send you the picture as well. I have a new closet in my new master bedroom, and I have 2 baskets of shirts that are One Love because they wouldn't all fit in one.
That's incredible. I'm getting there. I'm getting there as well.
It's pretty funny.
I like when I get One Love shirts from various schools that I work with because they feel very limited edition. Like no one else on staff has them. So they're like, where did you get that shirt? I feel very cool.
Michael usually gets all of my shirts, and then I try and send Katie something at least once a year. And then occasionally, like when Sharon Love came to the SUNY meeting, I sent her a basket of stuff that she ended up having to give out at the meeting because she didn't have enough room in her luggage. So.
Lisa is going to do like a throwback jersey for the 2017 or 2006. I can't even remember what year it was. You could just like reprint that one with the year.
There you
on
go.
It.
That works.
We just won't tell our marketing team that we're using the old design. So
that's right. Well, we hire our student artists, and they just love making those designs. So like it's fun for us too, because every year we have a new one, but sometimes we like the old ones. So
for folks who are with us right now, we are going to get started in about 4 minutes. And until then, we're just going to be some colleagues catching up, but we will get started with the formal presentation in about 4 minutes. Feel free to participate in the chat. I see that someone, Lisa, mentioned that they're good friends with President Stanley's daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, President Stanley has been a champion of this work for sure. And going back to my days on campus, she's been a champion of this work. So.
And she gives such good top-down support of these topics. I hope our next president is as supportive.
For sure.
Joe for president.
If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. But she was president when I was an undergrad, which shows how long a career she had, because I've been out of Oswego for at least 2-3 years. So
she's 26 years in that role and 40 years-ish on campus, which is just...
Her first day or her inauguration or whatever it was called, the investiture or something like that was my first day as a first-year student.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
So it's been a minute.
Yeah.
That is fake news if I've ever seen it.
I'm going to start a rumor.
Great.
I won't. President of the fan club still.
Thank you.
Yours, you know.
All right, I will go off so Elizabeth can actually convene our great session, and we are so grateful to all of you.
Introduce. I'm just introducing Lisa. Don't worry, I'm not stealing your role.
It's all good.
Although at this point, I feel like everyone in here, we're all old friends at this point.
Right?
My camera is very much so off-centered. I'm just gonna leave it as is. All right, we are just about a minute out to 1:30, so I don't want to hold us up, but I am really excited for this session today, and I'm excited to introduce our convener, who is a champion of this work, and her students and all professionals who touch any aspect of this work, whether it be on a SUNY campus or nationally, someone who's always willing to help or support or share resources. I don't think that she sleeps. But I know that she is one of the most dedicated professionals in this space. So with that, I'm really excited to introduce today's convener, our great colleague and friend, Lisa Evanesky, who is the Title IX coordinator at SUNY Oswego.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So yeah, Lisa Evanesky, Title IX coordinator at SUNY Oswego, and I'm currently serving as the past president of the SUNY Title IX Coordinators Association. I'm thrilled to be chosen here to introduce One Love. Let's start with Jamie. Jamie O'Leary, she, her, is an engagement coordinator for the One Love Foundation in the DMV area. Jamie works with high schools, colleges, and community partners to bring One Love's life-saving relationship health education to young people across the region. She specializes in healthy relationship education for LGBTQ+ youth and loves working with educators to make their classrooms more inclusive and affirming. Jamie's a graduate of Princeton University, where she studied anthropology and gender and sexuality studies. She has conducted extensive ethnographic research in France and Senegal, and her research interests include the intersections of faith, gender, embodiment, forced migration, and LGBT queer studies. Welcome, Jamie. Michael Harley, he, him, is an engagement coordinator for One Love. He works closely with schools and universities in the tri-state area to roll out One Love's programming in their communities. A native of New Jersey, Michael graduated from SUNY Binghamton with a BA in psychology and a minor in biological anthropology. Pretty smart people here today, folks. Michael graduated from SUNY. Before joining One Love, he worked with Binghamton's 20-to-1 prevention programs, providing educational workshops in sexual assault prevention and bystander intervention to university students. And also on a personal note, I just want to thank One Love for continuing to create new and inclusive content to represent our students and communities. I've been personally using One Love programs on my campus since 2015. Thousands of students and employees have participated in our workshops, our interactive tabling activities, and our Yards for Yardly. So with that, I pass it over. I will mute and help with the chat. Welcome, Michael, and so sorry, I lost your name there. And Jamie.
No worries.
Thanks, Lisa. As she kind of just mentioned, I think there's no better person to set this up for Lisa. She's been a real champion in this work. And then, of course, thank you to Joe and Elizabeth, who are also incredible partners of One Love and bringing this work to college campuses. We're so excited to be here to kind of walk you through One Love's Healthy LGBTQIA+ Relationships Workshop. This is a tool that hopefully at the end of this hour that you all can take and bring back to your campuses. As Lisa introduced me very well, and so excited. I'm calling in today. I'm in our Manhattan office, excited to actually be back in the office, and excited to have my colleague Jamie joining me as well.
Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Jamie. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm coming to you live from the greatest city in America, Baltimore. I'm not going to take any arguments about that. And I'm thrilled to be here to talk to you today about this resource and in general about healthy LGBTQ plus relationships.
So we just want to get started with I know there are a lot of people on the line, but when in any One Love presentations, we like to get you all active and a part. I know we can't have you unmuting, but would love if everyone would just share in the chat box your name, pronouns, what you're calling in from. And then if you want to take a try at actually using the reactions to pick an emoji that captures how you're feeling today. The reactions on the bottom right. And then you can also click the dots for a few more options. And we'd love to have everyone try that out, give that a try, because we'll also be using the reaction emojis throughout as an example of how we facilitate these conversations.
I put the ice cream emoji next to my face because I could really go for some ice cream right now. And some other people with some fun ones.
Yeah, I love seeing so many familiar names coming in through the chat from all over. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Someone said, how do we get the special emojis? So you go to reactions. It should be on your bar with all of the different options, mute, stop video, it should say reactions. You're going to see 5 emojis and then or 6, I guess. And then you'll see 3 dots. If you click on the 3 dots, all of the emojis will show themselves to you and you can pick between them. All right.
Awesome.
So quick
Go ahead, Jane.
Quick agenda as people continue to come in from the waiting room. Welcome, everyone. So we're going to just do some continued welcome, introduction to One Love and who we are for those who may not know. We're actually going to let you all choose what we talk about today. So we'll do a poll. We have a whole bunch of topics to choose from. Then we'll do a training on this Healthy Relationships workshop. We'll tell you how to get it, and then we'll answer any questions that you all might have. Back to you, Michael.
Yeah, so we are not going to be showing any content today, but we know that we all bring different things to the space. And anytime we're engaging these conversations about healthy, unhealthy, abusive relationships, we know that this can bring things up for people. So as always, we just encourage you all to take care of yourselves, to make sure you're putting yourself forward. If you need to step away, please step away. If you need to take a second for yourself, please take a second for yourself, and please make sure you're taking care of yourself both during and after the presentation, especially if there's anything that comes up. So before we really get into the workshop and the LGBTQI plus healthy relationship workshop, I want to just kind of put One Love in perspective. And if people want to use the reaction, just a thumbs up for if you've heard of One Love before, that is always really helpful to see. But yeah, seeing a lot of thumbs up and perfect. So I'm going to quickly go over One Love and what we do. So we are a national organization. We have regional offices across the country, support every state, like Jamie's in Baltimore, I'm in New York. But really our goal is to educate young people about the importance of relationship health, to empower them to identify and avoid abuse, and learn how to love better, to take the skills that we talk about, to bring them into their lives, to practice healthy relationship behaviors once they're able to identify what an unhealthy relationship looks like. So we know that this is an issue that started out, the reason that One Love exists is because Yardley Love, who was a student at the University of Virginia, I know I saw someone mention in the chat before we got started that they actually lived around the corner from Yardley. Yardley was killed, and her family started the One Love Foundation. She was killed by her ex-boyfriend. But this is not a Yardley issue. Domestic violence, relationship abuse, intimate partner violence is an issue that affects so many people. Over 1 in 2 trans and non-binary people, over 1 in 3 women, and nearly 1 in 3 men will experience some form of intimate partner violence during their lifetime. This is an incredibly pervasive issue, and we need to start these conversations and be able to really activate young people to know how to identify these relationships and what they can do when they see them. We also know that this is an issue that does not impact all communities the same way, right? You see here that we know there's a disproportionate impact within the trans and non-binary community. But Jamie, if you want to hop to the next slide, we know that it also disproportionately impacts Black women, Native American and Alaska Native women. We also know that there's a greater disproportionate impact on the Black trans and non-binary community, the Latinx trans and non-binary community, and the Native trans and non-binary people as well. We always want to bring this to the surface of, while this is an issue that impacts so many of us, we want to acknowledge the disproportionate impact that can have on certain communities and what certain people are dealing with, and the way that it impacts all of us. Because the big idea that drives One Love and all of the conversations that we have is that 100% of us are in relationships, romantic relationships, friendships, familial relationships, and 100% of us can learn how to love better because we do unhealthy things at times. We need to be able to recognize when we do those things and how we can kind of move forward. And so I'm so excited today to really focus in on how do we do that and how do we have these conversations about LGBTQIA+ relationships. And so Jamie, who I'm so excited to have joining me, Jamie, you actually created this workshop. And so I want to just kind of start with a simple question of why and how did you go about creating and bring this workshop that we're going to be covering today?
Absolutely. Well, first, just a note on statistics too. I mean, first of all, we know that all of these statistics are way lower than the reality. We know all of this is so underreported. And there's such a lack of inclusive statistics around queer and trans folks, particularly when thinking about other intersecting identities and relationship abuse. There's so little. Oftentimes we see statistics around relationship abuse that just talks about women and men. We don't know, are these cis women? Are these cis men? We don't know, did you talk to any trans people? Did you think about it? And so oftentimes what happens is we're cobbling together statistics from trans studies and from non-inclusive studies. So I would love, maybe someone in this room, I would love to see more and more inclusive research coming out. But really what I want to say is we don't have a full picture of how this impacts the queer community. We know it's very disproportionate, but there's still so much that we need to learn. So going to your question, Michael, I really wanted to create an LGBTQ+ specific workshop because while it's important that every workshop we have be inclusive, there are also unique ways, as you all know, that relationship abuse shows up for queer and trans folks, not only in romantic and sexual relationships, but in friendships and family relationships and all the relationships that we have. And so it's really important to talk about those nuances, talk about those particularities, because it matters. That conversation is not happening enough. Resources are out there, but young folks might not know how to get to them. So while I really want to do inclusion generally, I also really want to have specific resources that really speak to folks' experiences. And while we really focus a lot on film at One Love, I think there's a lot of value in doing more discussion, doing more activities, talking about particular aspects and elements of queer relationships, and really having a space to just be yourself, talk about things you're going through, ask questions, and recognize relationships as part of the way that you grow into yourself as a young queer or trans person. So we created this workshop with an incredible organization here in Maryland called Free State Justice. And I'll give you a sense of them in a minute. But really the idea was they have this incredible competency around LGBTQ+ issues. They wanted to get more into the relationship abuse space. And we really wanted to make something really thoughtful and competent and inclusive. So we figured we'd complement each other's strengths and join forces, and are really excited about the tool that we've created. That's from you, Michael?
Yep.
Perfect. So Free State Justice is an incredible legal advocacy organization here in the state of Maryland. They do direct legal services with folks like name changes, discrimination cases, family law. They do incredible policy work and advocacy and outreach. They're really leading that work here in Maryland. and they do important education and training. So as we put this together, we wanted to learn, or we wanted to teach you all how to work with young people around these issues, how to have nuanced conversations that are not only inclusive, but really speaking to what young people want to know. And of course, we want to talk today about unique ways that relationship abuse and healthy and unhealthy aspects and behaviors might affect LGBTQ+ youth. So a little bit more about why did we want to do this? Well, we know LGBTQ+ youth are likely twice as likely to experience relationship abuse as their non-LGBTQ+ peers. And it's important when I have this conversation with young people to talk about why. So it's not that because of our identities, we are more deserving of relationship abuse in any way, or, there's something about us that's causing that. It's really important to talk about, no, there are structures of power that are causing not only large scale abuse, but also trickling down into interpersonal dynamics. We also know that signs of abuse look really similar in a lot of relationships, but might show up in kind of unique or different or subtle ways. And that's not often talked about in healthy relationship education. So what we did with Free State Justice is conduct focus groups with LGBTQ+ youth in Maryland to hear, what do you wish you had gotten? What do you want to get now? What are the questions that you have? What are the challenges and concerns in your relationships? And so here's what they came up with. So first of all, we wanted to talk about One Love's kind of core education, which is healthy and unhealthy relationship signs. And you'll get to see those in just a minute. But we wanted to think about, through an LGBTQ+ lens and through an intersectional lens, how might those show up? How might we as queer folks experience them? Defining relationships. Young people talked a lot about, how do I know when I've never been given a script for the kind of relationship that I want? How do I know what to do? How do I know how to ask someone out? That when I work with middle schoolers, and I've done this dozens of times with middle school groups, it's, how do I know that someone is queer? How do I not out myself while trying to be interested in someone? How do I navigate that conversation? Folks also wanted to talk about healthy relationships with themselves and what role self-confidence and still figuring out your identity plays in relationships. I know we always hear RuPaul say, if you can't love yourself, how are you going to love anyone else? But that's actually a really challenging notion for young people who are not anywhere close to loving themselves. So this idea of, I'm still lovable, I still deserve a healthy relationship, even as I go on my journey of self-love, even as I go on my journey of accepting my identity, because that's a lifelong journey and we might never arrive. So how do I work on that, work on my own relationship with myself in the context of always having relationships with others? Another thing folks wanted to talk about was online dating and hookup culture. And if we get to that one today, we'll talk about why online dating is so much more common among queer folks. So people wanted to talk about, how do I navigate online dating? How do I figure out how to find people who will accept me for who I am? How do I know what decisions to make? So that's a piece of the workshop as well. Microaggressions and stereotypes was another piece, particularly in thinking about this idea of relationships being far beyond just romantic and sexual. How do I know what to do when a classmate microaggresses against me? How do I know what to do when I hear a stereotype about myself? How do I start to renegotiate the ways that I talk to myself and the ways that other people talk to me? Folks, of course, wanted to talk about boundaries and consent, different ways that consent might be more nuanced or challenging. Folks wanted to talk about safety and breakup planning, particularly when it comes to family. So oftentimes when we talk about safety planning, we think, you're in an abusive romantic relationship, you need to get out of there. Of course, there are going to be nuances when you might not be out or something like that. But really what young people were saying was, I just want to know how to deal with my family. If I have to stay in my home, or if I'm financially reliant on them and they're not accepting of who I am, or they're not healthy in some way, how do I plan for that? So that's a skill that we talk about in this workshop. And then finally, what are some ways that you could help someone who's in an unhealthy LGBTQ+ relationship of any kind? So these are all topics that we cover in this workshop. And really what it becomes is a choose your own adventure tool. You can take an hour and do one of these. You can take an hour and do 4 of these. You can take, I've done a couple of 10-week series with middle and high schoolers where you can go through everything. You can pick and choose different activities to incorporate into another One Love workshop or a workshop you already do on your campus. So really it's meant to be, here's a whole bunch of ideas, talking points, activities that you can draw from based on the concerns and interests of your students.
Yeah, and to what Jamie said, the most exciting when Jamie brought this back to our program team at One Love, what is so exciting is that, and I know I saw in the chat Andrew mentioning like specifically wanting to talk about hookup culture. Each of these bullet points is a separate activity, as Jamie was just alluding to. So you have the option to say, well, we want to just do a program around boundaries and consent. Or you're sitting there and saying, well, I already have a consent program, but here's something that I could just add to it to make sure any conversation we're having isn't okay, well, here's our normal consent workshop that's hetero focused, and then, oh, here's our LGBTQ consent workshop. You can take these activities and bring them into something. It doesn't have to be a full, completely separate hour-long workshop. All of these activities are really malleable and really able to be shaped into and are included into a program, or kind of standalone too. And so hopefully kind of as we go through this, we're about to launch a poll to actually give you all the chance to pick which you want us to go over, because we don't have time to dive into all of these things. But know that when we send out the workshop guide, and we're going to share with you how you all can access it kind of at the conclusion of this. So don't worry, you will have access to the full discussion guide that goes along and has all of these activities laid out. But you're able to kind of pick and choose what you need. So Jamie, do we want to launch that poll now?
That would be awesome.
Okay.
I think I've got it.
You have it. Okay.
All right. So you get to pick one. I know it's going to be really hard to pick. One topic that you really want us to talk about today. I'm going to give you all
in the now like 15 months we've been doing this is the first time I've successfully launched a poll in a work. I think I've got everything else about Zoom down. This is the first time I've been a part of a successful poll launch. So
are you serious? That's so funny. Maybe it's because I'm here, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually launch the poll, so I can't really take credit for it. But love this, and we'll give everyone another minute to kind of answer. I love seeing quick results. It looks like online dating and hookup culture is in the lead with microaggressions and stereotypes, boundaries and consent, safety and breakup planning as well.
We've got about 60% of people voted. Maybe we'll give you about 15 more seconds. All right, I think we've got some clear winners, so I'm going to go ahead and close it. All right, so we're definitely going to do online dating and hookup culture, and we'll do microaggressions and stereotypes as well, and then see if we've got a little time to swing through a couple more things. All righty.
So now we're going to give Jamie a second to actually, this is the tough part when we let you pick the adventure. Jamie has to then expertly navigate her PowerPoint to get to the right section. But were we going to start regardless, Jamie, with the 10 signs and kind of set that up for everybody?
That is right. And just a quick little preview, we have a ton of different activities in this workshop, and all of them are designed for either Zoom or in person. So luckily, because this was developed during COVID, it is very Zoom friendly. We'll see some of that today, but there's also lots that you can do in person as well. Typically, when I start one of these workshops, I always do group norms. I'll give some examples and then have folks give their own. I don't think we need to do group norms today, although I hope you all will keep these in mind and hopefully use these and more as you do your own workshops. Just a note about accessing resources. As with any One Love workshop, it's really important to share resources folks can go to if the workshop brings up something for them, they realize anything. So share your campus resources first and foremost. Share any local LGBTQ+ competent resources, like an LGBTQ+ center or local shelter, anything like that. And then we also have some recommendations of national hotlines and resources. And you'll find a much longer list than this in the workshop materials, which you will get. All right, so we want to start you all off with the 10 signs of healthy and unhealthy, because it really undergirds the whole workshop and all of our workshops as well. So I'll let you all take a look. For those who may not have seen this, on the left, we have One Love's 10 signs of a healthy relationship. They include comfortable pace, independence, healthy conflict, my personal favorite, and fun. Relationships should be fun most of the time. They should not make you sad. And on the right, we have unhealthy relationship signs. So things like intensity, betrayal, volatility, belittling. So I'm curious to hear from you all in the chat. I'd love to know, how do you think these signs might show up differently or uniquely in an LGBTQ plus relationship? So one example could be, pretty obvious example, betrayal. Could be outing someone, telling someone something about another person that that other person wasn't ready for. And yes, this presentation is super available online, and we will walk you through exactly how to get to it. So I'd love to hear from you all in the chat. Maybe pick a sign or two. How might they show up either differently or uniquely in an LGBTQ plus relationship? Yes, amazing. These are already great. So how does the women loving women stereotype of U-hauling affect comfortable pace? Yeah, absolutely. So when we have a stereotype about a community, oftentimes that can feel prescriptive. Oftentimes it can make it a little challenging to set a comfortable pace. We talk about comfortable pace being set by two people. So if two people are both wanting to go pretty fast in their relationship, it's not necessarily bad, but it's about, are both people communicating, or is one person pulling the other one along? I see belittling, calling a partner a slur, absolutely. Intensity, yes, coming out can feel new and exciting, and sometimes things move way too quickly. Somebody may be wanting to make up for, all the time in high school and college that they didn't get dating and jump right into it. We've heard lots of folks say that that's been their experience. Yeah, belittling someone, saying you're not really X, Y, and Z identity because you don't do X. Yes, possessiveness, we see a lot with bi folks, where there's either a straight or a not straight partner who is using that person's bisexuality as an excuse to control them.
Yeah, I think, Jamie, one exciting plug I will announce is we just saw One Love's newest film, which will be kind of released soon. Actually has a really great scene that focuses on something like a scene with almost a very similar situation to what Brooke mentioned, where there's a bi character who he has his first boyfriend, and kind of navigating that, and some jealousy and comfortable pace and intensity there. And so that's a lookout to be a plug to be on the lookout for one of our newest films.
It's so good. And there are two friends, and one of the friends is bi, and the other friend kisses her and says, well, I thought you would want to kiss me because you're bi. So there's a lot of good stuff there. As a bi person myself, I'm very excited. Thank you so much for all of these incredible examples. And I love the positive ones. Coming out to a partner, trust and honesty. One of the things that I really highlight when I teach this is talking about positive things. We never talk about uniquely positive elements of queer relationships. So thinking about, like, what can we learn from, folks in queer relationships about equality, for example, about respect, for example, about honesty. Thank you. I'll keep putting this good stuff in the chat. This is great.
And going back to one thing that I was mentioning earlier, I start off, and for those who use One Love and use these tools with our 10 signs, we always talk about the 10 signs and encourage people to talk about the 10 signs at the beginning of the workshop. This is a question, right? How might these relationship behaviors show up differently in LGBTQ plus relationships, that I ask in every workshop I do? Whether I'm going in saying this is an escalation workshop, or whether I'm going in saying I'm going to do our LGBTQ plus workshop, right? Making sure that at every moment or juncture we can, that people of all identities that are there in all of our workshops feel included in the conversation. I think small things like that might be here in this specific workshop can be included in any conversation.
Yeah, I'm loving what you all are putting in the chat. Definitely true that if folks are at different levels of outness, there can be some pressure there to calibrate, or some pressure there, to come out before someone's ready, or to not be honest with oneself, something like that. Awesome. So we have a couple of fun examples of some of these healthy and unhealthy signs in action, and would love to hear from you in the chat what signs you're seeing. So Michael, if you don't mind being Destiny, I will be Michaela.
Sure. Hey, Michaela, have you heard from Ashton today? We're supposed to hang out later.
No, I haven't. He wasn't in homeroom today. I know he was feeling a bit sick the other day.
just a quick reminder that Ashton uses they, them, theirs pronouns.
Oh, right. My bad. And thank you. They weren't in homeroom today. I can text them to check in though.
Awesome. Thanks, Michaela.
All right. So in the chat, what of these healthy signs on the bottom left-hand corner are we seeing? Taking responsibility. Yep. Yep. I messed up. Took responsibility. It's all about respect. Yeah. So Destiny's doing a good job respecting Ashton's pronouns, even though Ashton isn't there. Kindness. Yep. Doing a call in. Yep. Absolutely. These are all great. Awesome. So I put taking responsibility and respect, but all of them are very true. I'm going to move on to one of my favorites. All right. So you're going to be Bree, Michael.
Okay.
Mo lives with their older sister, Bree, and they aren't yet ready to tell Bree that they're pansexual. When Mo's taking a nap, Bree looks through their phone and sees that they're talking to many people of many different genders on Tinder.
Mo, what is this? I'm deleting this app right now. You aren't really into all these people. It's just a phase.
Why did you go through my phone? That's private.
It's my job to protect you, and you can't be doing this in my house.
All right, got our word bank there on the bottom left. What are we seeing? Right off the bat, folks are saying possessiveness, betrayal, deflecting responsibility, belittling. Absolutely. And if anyone wants to share why they saw that sign, guilting, insecurity, yes, and control, volatility. Yeah, pretty volatile thing to wake somebody up to yell at them about something that was on their private phone. Isolation. Yeah, so dating apps could be a real place of connection and community for Mo. Taking that away could be really isolating them. Yeah, you all hit it for sure. There's belittling, manipulation. Yeah, Bree using the fact that Mo lives in her house as leverage. Yep. Deflecting responsibility. It is Bree's job to be kind to Mo, who's living with her. Yep, I chose to invade your space, to saying you live in my house. Yeah, so betrayed Mo's trust by going through their phone, and then is deflecting responsibility onto Mo for something that is very valid, which is Mo's identity. Awesome. All right, we're gonna do one more. You're gonna be Jay's dad, Michael. Jay's parents are having a few of their college friends over for dinner. Throughout the evening, Jay's parents use his dead name and misgender him. Please call me by my real name.
Don't embarrass us in front of our friends.
All right, so I wanted to share some family examples because I think those are important. What do we see here? Folks are saying belittling, guilting, manipulation, betrayal, volatility, isolation. Yeah, so many of these go hand in hand. It's so rare that we don't see a whole bunch of them at once. Manipulation. Yeah, how guilty might Jay feel when his dad is saying who you are is embarrassing? What an incredible guilt that might cause Jay. It's deflecting responsibility. It is Jay's dad's responsibility to be supportive, to be a parent, and Jay's dad is all of a sudden making Jay feel responsible for his embarrassment. Yeah, it's an abuse of parental power for sure, and super belittling, and a betrayal of trust. Jay came out to his parents, and it's a betrayal for them not to respect that. Yeah, and isolating. What an incredibly isolated situation Jay might find himself in. Awesome. So these are just a few examples of scenarios that you could use to just help folks get a sense of how these healthy and unhealthy signs might look in practice. And you can make your own. You do not have to use ours. We've just written some. Some of them are more kind of middle school focused, high school focused, college focused, but feel free to rewrite them or change them in any way you'd like. And yeah, it was important to us to do examples of relationships that go beyond romantic and sexual relationships. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and find us the online dating section. Everybody get your Zoom reactions ready because that's what we're going to use. Here we go. All righty. All right, bringing us to it right now.
And Jamie, I'm going to drop in the chat right now an example, a resource that we have that is around our 10 signs and examples of both healthy and unhealthy are kind of healthy and unhealthy signs, and how some examples of how they may appear in LGBTQ relationships. So that, and I'll be dropping a few more things in as we go along, but just for you all to know it's out there. And we'll talk through how you can get there, not just to click this one link that's all on our education center that we're going to talk about in a bit, but just wanted to include that. So you can see that along with all of these things at one level, we have resources, handouts, and other tools to help kind of add to the conversation.
Yeah, that could be a fun handout to have just sitting around in your LGBT center or your Title IX office or something like that. All right, online dating and hookup culture. So a survey from Tinder found that 80% of LGBTQ plus people believe that dating apps have benefited the community in a positive way. Is that surprising to anyone? Is that what y'all would have thought? Lesbian, gay, or bisexual adults are roughly twice as likely as those who are straight to say that they've ever used a dating platform. People are saying not at all surprising. Yeah, so why do we think that is? Why do you think LGBTQ plus folks are more likely to use dating apps? Give me some examples in the chat. Safety behind the screen. Yeah, so volatility is a real fear, particularly for trans and non-binary folks, for folks who are HIV positive. You don't know how somebody's going to react. And so being able to disclose that kind of information safely at home before you meet someone could allow you to gauge their reaction. It allows for privacy, absolutely. Yep, screening people without facing physical violence. Without gay bars, it is very hard to find people. Yeah, particularly in rural areas. It's like, how do I know? How do I meet people? Gay bars are closing across the country, absolutely. Intentions are up front. Finding community. There are lots of folks who make incredible friends and community on dating apps. Yep, you have more control. You can find people. There's a lack of accessibility to in-person queer space. These are great. Cultural isolation. Yes, there's a lot of isolation. And I always think about isolation in queer relationships as kind of this double isolation, where you already have this isolation potentially from community, from certain friends and family. And then if a partner is intentionally isolating you, that's only compounding what already exists. Yep, and then is this person queer? Are they into me? That's all spelled out for you online. I had a colleague once, a dear colleague, who said to me, I just don't understand why college students would ever use dating apps. Like, that's what parties are for. And I said, well, when I was in college, I would meet men at parties, but that's it. Like, I wanted to use dating apps to find folks that I was interested in dating. All right. So what we're going to do now is use the reactions to react to a couple of quick scenarios. Yeah, if you're an introvert too, you might want to use dating apps. So if you think the scenario is healthy, you're going to use that thumbs up reaction. If you can't find it, feel free to just write in the chat. If you might need some more information, maybe you're not sure, it depends, use the wow face reaction. And if you're for sure it's unhealthy, use the hands clapping reaction.
And this is a great, in person, just if you can get like just green, yellow, red cutouts, right, to hand out and have students hold those up, because we don't all have Zoom emojis of our in-person workshops, but another kind of like, we'll roll with these to make our Zoom workshops the best, and encourage you to do that, but for engagement in person too. Or even sometimes we've done, having people move throughout the room. And then,
that's what I was going to say. You have like one side of the room be healthy, one side of the room be unhealthy, and you can stand all along that spectrum.
Yeah, and then calling on certain groups and saying, okay, can someone from the I'm not sure section speak up too? Love that activity that way.
Awesome. All right, so here's our first one. Maya, they, them, hears that their partner, Sarah, she, her, is using a dating app. They make a fake profile to see if they can find their partner on the app. It's healthy, unhealthy, or you're not sure. I see 11 people, now 34 people saying unhealthy. Y'all are fast. A couple people saying not sure. Yeah. And so then what I'll do is encourage the folks in my workshop to explain why. What's unhealthy about this? So go ahead and put in the chat if you have any thoughts. Or what might you need to know? If you don't know, what information might you want so that you know whether or not it's healthy? Yeah, it's not a healthy conflict. It's a betrayal of trust. Yep. Could be seen as deceptive. Yeah, one middle schooler said to me, well, you're betraying everyone else on the app because you're making them think you're someone you're not. So you're not just betraying the partner, you're betraying everybody else. I thought that was a good point. Yeah, honestly.
I was just gonna say, I wanted to add also that this is kind of a famous example at One Love, because this scenario comes from a true thing that someone said in a workshop one time. It's like, I did this.
Yeah.
And we were like, wait, what? Hold on, like let's unpack this. But this is a true story of something that was shared with us by a young person.
Yeah. And folks are saying in the chat, the healthy option would be to have a healthy conflict, talk about it, communicate. Folks will bring up, maybe it's an open relationship. Yeah, so that might be information we need. If it is an open relationship, this still might not be a healthy way to handle it. But we can talk about the different nuances there. All right. Stephen and John have been talking on a dating app for a couple of hours. Stephen asked John to meet up that night to hang out. How do you feel about this? Seeing very many, I'm not sure, it depends. Seeing a couple healthy, couple unhealthy. Yeah, what does it depend on? That's what I would ask students in this situation. What would you want to know in order to gauge whether or not this is healthy? Depends if there's pressure. Yeah, it depends if John wants to. Is there an age difference? What are the expectations? Have they talked about it? Yeah, what does hang out mean? Can we get some clarity there? Is there consent? Where are they hanging out? Yep.
Yeah.
How do both people feel? Go ahead, Michael.
And yeah, I just love also to focus not just on how many depend, but then as people start to bring these concerns up, well, how can Stephen, who's asking John to do this, how can Stephen kind of go about some of these concerns, right?
Yeah.
What, in a healthy way, what can that conversation look like? Because I think so often young people say, well, these conversations, they're just so awkward, right? That would be uncomfortable. And so also pulling out, okay, well, what can Stephen say? How can he approach that conversation to make John comfortable, or check in with John to see if John is comfortable doing this?
Yeah. And hopefully then folks could say, how might I do that in the future? What kinds of questions might I want to ask someone if I want to hang out with them? What kinds of worries might they have? Or what kinds of worries might I have? And what would I look for in a partner around whether or not they're addressing them? Yeah, is Stephen prepared to gracefully accept a no? Incredibly important. Awesome. All right, we're going to move on to microaggressions just for the sake of time. So the first thing we'll do in this section is really talk about what is a microaggression, what is a stereotype. I'll have young folks define it for us. I'll share some of my own definitions, and we'll talk about the ways that they're linked. So oftentimes microaggressions are based on stereotypes, for example. So then the way that this activity works is to think about, first of all, how do we know whether something's a microaggression or a stereotype? How do we identify it? And then what's really behind it? So what's the message behind the microaggression or the stereotype that's being sent, maybe unintentionally, maybe intentionally? And finally, how do I redirect this? And it could be, how do I redirect this to the person? Or it could be, how do I redirect this in my own mind? I might not have the emotional energy to redirect a stereotype against me or a microaggression being wielded against me, and that's allowed. But how might I help myself realize this is actually the truth? What this person is implying is not the truth. So one example I give, there's always at least one person who's more masculine in a lesbian relationship. That's a stereotype. What is it really saying? Well, it's saying every relationship should look like a heterosexual relationship, even if it's not one. And what can I say to myself then, hearing this? Well, relationships can take any form. I don't have to be masculine. I don't have to present as feminine. Any way that I express my gender is legitimate, and I am legitimate in any relationship I choose to be in. Another one, a microaggression, is, oh, wow, you don't even look trans, or you look passing. People might mean this as a compliment, but what they're really saying is all trans people have to look visibly trans, or there's one way that trans people look, or that not looking that one way is somehow good. So a redirection could be trans people who don't pass are just as valid. You don't have to pass. You don't have to change your gender expression for other people's consumption. And all bodies and genders and experiences are valid. So then what I'll do is I'll ask young people to share yes in the chat. Which one of you is the man or which one of you is the woman? Big time. Yeah, there's so many different iterations of like who's the man, who's the woman, who's the feminine one, who's the masculine one, who wears the pants. And I always, one of my favorite anecdotes is that when I was in college, I was dating this woman who broke up with me because she said that I wasn't able to be the man in the relationship because I'm bi. And I was like, okay, so this is biphobic. And also like, the whole point is that there's no man, right? Like I didn't come here to be the man in the relationship. So I like to tell that story. So what I'll ask young people to do is share a stereotype or a microaggression that they've heard, and then we'll actually go through this framework together. So I wanted to show you an example that my group of middle schoolers did the other day. One of the things that they hear a lot is no homo. That's something that I heard a lot when I was growing up that apparently is still a thing. And so I asked them, what's harmful about no homo? What's really the message behind it? And they said, well, it implies that being gay is bad. It implies that certain types of behaviors are gay. So that someone who does that behavior has to be gay, and that someone who's gay has to do that behavior. They said someone who's closeted who hears a friend say that would feel terrible, and might think that their friends are afraid of homosexuality or queerness. So they said, well, maybe what we could say is something funny. We could say yes homo or no hetero and try to diffuse the tension. You could be direct and say, what's wrong with that? Or you could just say to yourself, there's nothing wrong with being gay. How I am is okay. Yeah, y'all are giving me some good stuff in the chat. Yeah, around asexual identity. Absolutely. They also shared, the middle schoolers said, you know, well, you're pan or you're bi or you're omni, but you've had a crush on this boy. They said, well, that means that the message behind it is that every bi or pan or omni or poly person is secretly gay or straight. It's invalidating that whole spectrum. There's this mindset of gay until proven otherwise. It's invalidating someone. It's rude, they said. So they said, well, you could say that's rude. You could make a cheat sheet to be able to give to people so you don't have to explain your identity. You could share an article. You could say why what they said is harmful. So this all came from my wonderful group of middle schoolers. Awesome, let me see. Yeah, young people are so insightful, it's so true. All right, so I wanna make sure that we've got time for lots of questions and for information about how to get this workshop. But I'll show you one more quick student example and then we'll move on. So I wanted to show you an example of a Jamboard. Go ahead and give me a thumbs up if you've ever used a Jamboard. It's a super helpful tool. Got quite a few, got 11, 12, 14, 16 thumbs up, awesome. So I love to use Jamboards for this workshop because it allows folks who are not wanting to speak up for whatever reason to participate. And over Zoom, there are a lot of reasons. You might be in a household that is not accepting and you can't let them know that you're in this type of workshop. It might be that you're just still figuring things out and you just want to listen and watch and see what's going on. And so Jamboards are a chance to be anonymous and share thoughts, and it becomes a little bit more approachable. So I asked a group of middle schoolers about self-love, healthy relationships with yourself, and just wanted you to see some of the thoughts that they had. I love the one on the bottom right. Self-love is, I have no clue. I know some concepts about it, like doing proper self-care, having good self-esteem. It might also be respecting your limits. I don't know, smiley face. So we had a good conversation about boundaries and limits and how to set boundaries, particularly in the context of relationships with families. One of the kids said it means positive affirmations, recognizing something that you did that you just think is amazing. My grades never suffer no matter how bad my mental health is. And I think sometimes sacrificing my grades would be okay. I mean, that's super deep. So this is just an example of a Jamboard. We've got a couple more that I can send to you all. We had some folks thinking about navigating breakups. What are some extra things people might have to think about when ending relationships? Folks said the breakup might reflect on the queer community. There could be gossip. You might not have a strong support system. You might feel pressured not to break up because there's not so many options for people to date. There's no one else at school to really talk to. And again, these are questions that can be tailored to the age group. These are a little bit younger, but you can really put anything you want on a Jamboard, and I think it really engenders some great discussion. All right, so I'm going to go ahead now and share. Yeah, what a great opportunity for people to bring up mental health concerns in an anonymous way, for sure. And Jamboard's free. It's through Google. You can just go ahead and search it and use it. So I want to show you how to get this workshop. Michael's going to walk us through that. And then we're going to open it up if folks have questions or comments. So I'm just going to.
Yeah, and one other thing, as Jamie's scrolling that, oh, right here. In addition to this workshop, which I am right now going to drop in the chat, the link to the discussion guide that has all of these activities. And in a second, I will walk you through where all of this content lives. But we also have an LGBTQ plus toolkit that has kind of a lot of the tools and materials that we discussed. We have the national resources that Jamie shared. We have the 10 healthy and unhealthy signs, the link that I shared before. We have LGBTQ plus statistics. We have tips for supporting an LGBTQ plus person who's in an abusive relationship. We have some of those gut check scenarios. So there's a toolkit, right, that just has a lot of information. And then there's this workshop that I just shared, right? So if you are talking to someone who's like, I'm looking for a resource around this with general information, talking about LGBTQIA plus relationships, you can direct them to the toolkit. And if you're looking for someone who wants to actually facilitate a workshop, have a conversation with the group, you have this discussion guide. And then on the Education Center, which we're about to talk about, you also have the PowerPoint that Jamie has been working off of as well. So this is kind of what I was saying. The One Love Education Center, which also houses all of our films, all of our trainings. The most exciting part and really unique thing to it as it's launched in the last year is that it also houses all of our resources, which I was just trying to touch on. So right now I'm going to put the link in the chat, onelove.org/education. This is the link to our Education Center, and this is what it looks like. If you've never seen this before, this is your opportunity to actually create an account and unlock a whole new suite of tools that you can use, not just our LGBTQIA tools, but also some of our regular workshops and films that I mentioned. So you'll go on to the Education Center, create an account, and then once you're on here, you will have access to our dashboard and courses. Jamie, if you want to go to the next slide. And this is what it'll look like for you. There are 2 prerequisite courses. There's an intro to One Love. There's another course on effective facilitating. These video modules are about 12 to 15 minutes. And then you will have completed courses for our film-based workshops. And then additionally, you will have available courses. But the really exciting thing and where when you come on, you're going to go, you'll click resources at the top, and then it will take you to our resource library. Jamie, which I think is the next slide. Yep, she's circling it for where you would go, and then that will take you to the resource library. This is under topics here, that there's an entire topic that is just for LGBTQ plus workshops, content, toolkit, and everything. You can also search LGBTQ in the search bar, but all of the tools that we talked about are here. All of the things that we've shared today live here. So make sure that if you haven't before, coming out of this, you take a few minutes. I promise it'll take you 20 seconds to create an account on the Education Center, and then you will have access to all of the tools that we share. If you are struggling or you can't figure it out, I am putting my email in the chat, and Jamie will also add hers. Please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We at One Love, our job is to be a support system for all of you in making this a reality. So really quickly, also a few other things that we have to plug. Is when you're doing this, you do not have to take this survey right now. I just want to stress that this is not for you all. This is when you are facilitating the workshop. We have a feedback survey that you can share with all of your workshop participants so that they can give their feedback on it. And then we will send that feedback back to you so that you can see what the impact of your workshops are.
Yeah, and we love to know when you're using these materials, when you have feedback or questions for us. I love to get on the phone with educators and figure out ways in which they can customize this to really work well for their students. So do reach out to us. We really, truly would love to be in touch with you.
And then One Love has a series of options, of other kind of professional developments. If you enjoyed what Jamie and I had to share today, One Love leads a series of educator hours, which are hour sessions every week. They'll be starting up again when the school year starts. Nothing in the summer right now. We have an education certification program, which I know, seeing some of the names in here, that some of you have actually attended that program. And then what I will say I'm most excited about, especially here at Spectrum and having a One Love presentation, is that some of you may have been able to attend last September our Pivot to Prevention conference. We are excited to be doing that again. One Love and SUNY will be continuing this partnership. And if you actually want to register for that conference right now, which will be on September 9th, you can click on that link that I just shared, and it will take you to register early and often for Pivot to Prevention, which is coming up in September, where we will be talking about all things interpersonal violence prevention, and SUNY and One Love will be sharing our whole suite of resources that both of our systems and organizations have. And so with that, Jamie, do you have anything else that you want to close with before we open it up for, I think we should have about 7 minutes of questions, I think.
Yeah.
Joe and Elizabeth, are we good? So a few more minutes for questions. Awesome.
Yeah, no, I think that was very comprehensive. Thank you, Michael. And there are quite a few other LGBTQ plus competency webinars on the Education Center as well. If you like the sound of Michael's and my voices for whatever reason, you can see more of us on there. But yeah, I mean, again, we would love to work with you. Please be in touch. I'm more than happy to connect with anyone, and I know Michael is too. So we'll open it up for questions. What is the best way that you all typically do questions? Put them in the chat. Is that the way to go?
Folks can put them in the chat, or if they'd prefer to remain anonymous, they can send them directly to me or to Michael or Jamie, I'm sure, and we can announce your question and then answer it.
Awesome. And for those who might be joining on Facebook Live, I did get a message about that. You can just go ahead to joinonelove.org and navigate to the Education Center from there. Or you're welcome to just send me an email at jamie.o'leary, OLEARY, @joinonelove.org.
I also can update the description in our YouTube Live to include the links.
Perfect. Awesome. Any questions from folks or comments? Thank you for your kind comments in the chat.
Yeah, and I would just really encourage everyone, we covered three of the activities. You saw 2 are kind of what we call our gut check scenario based. The microaggressions and stereotypes is a little bit different, but there's a whole range of types of activities and different types of engagement there. So we covered what we can here, but encourage everyone to take some time and go through and actually look at to look at the other activities as well.
Michael, do you know the date for the next educator certification program?
Yeah, so Pivot to Prevention is going to be kind of our college-focused educator certification program for the fall. So that will be on September 9th. But we will also be hosting one that's middle school and high school specific, and then another one for the DV community as well. And that will be on the last weeks of August, the 23rd and 24th, I believe.
Awesome. And thanks, Elizabeth, for putting that registration into the chat. All right. Other questions or comments? Thank you all for being here.
I just have a quick comment. I know you mentioned this for the LGBTQI plus session, but for all of the One Love products, I think it's really great to kind of pick and choose and create your own workshop. I did that with the Behind the Post workshop. I took some of the other pieces of other workshops and then made a longer workshop out of it. So I think, Michael, you could agree or disagree, but I think you agree with this, that, use it in a way that makes sense for your community. And I really like that. And it's been really powerful to be able to, take things from different workshops. So just an idea.
Yeah. You all are the experts on your audience. So you know what your audience wants and needs. And I'm sure they'll tell you as well. And then Michael, you want to talk about studies?
Yeah, we've done any studies to determine effectiveness. We're not an evidence-based program, but something that at One Love we really pride ourselves on is kind of that survey that I mentioned at the very end is we try and collect data on almost all of our workshops that we do. In the past year, we collected over 10,000 surveys from our workshop participants and use those to really be a learning organization. And so we are working, as said, when we were kind of in that dead time, Dr. Peabody, we were working actually with Elizabeth Michelle, who presented last, to make One Love an evidence-based program. But we are certainly evidence-informed and base all of our workshops and our teachings in evidence that exists out there from research that's been done by the community, and then also the learnings that we have just from engaging with young people. And would also say, though, that if you are looking at this and you all had such wonderful insights, another way, as Jamie just said, you all are experts too. If you have thoughts or feedback or pieces or maybe an activity that you do that wasn't covered here, reach out to us. Let us know. We'd love to have that conversation, because this is how we create the best tools. You know, we listen to the community and try and bring that back. And yeah, shout out. Dr. Peabody was there during one of my first ever practice sessions when I was becoming a facilitator back at Binghamton. So.
Come a long way, Michael.
Any other questions? I know everyone's like, all right, Friday, 2:30, one more session. Awesome. Well, a big thank you again to Joe and Elizabeth for putting this on and having One Love and giving us the opportunity to share, and for Lisa for convening this session, a true One Love stalwart and superstar, and also Jamie. Huge kudos go to Jamie and her work actually creating this workshop. And so honored to be here and to be able to present and share this with you, and look forward to hearing from everyone going forward.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you both so much for being here. Thank you to Lisa for convening today. And we hope to see folks back here at 3 o'clock for our next session, which is going to be on effective messaging and communications when advocating for social change. We're very excited about it. We hope to see you back on September 9th for our Pivot to Prevention meeting. It went really well last year, and we're excited to do it all again. So with that, thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Lisa. We will see you all right back here at 3 o'clock.
Hey, Libby, how are you? Can we just do a quick sound check? Oh, you're on mute.
Okay, here I am.
Perfect. Video's good, sound is good.
Yeah, everything's good.
Excellent. And we're just
Are we the last session?
second to last.
Ah, okay.
The last session starts a half hour later. I think it's on asexual experience called oh, I'm on the wrong day. It's a great session. I just want to pull up the name of it. Supporting asexual survivors of sexual and intimate partner violence.
Okay.
I have to hold my phone further and further away in order to see it.
I understand, dear. Melissa's waiting to get into the room.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll take care. Don't even worry about that. We'll take care of all that on our end.
Okay, cool. Hi, Melissa.
And Melissa, we're going to be making you a co-host, so you should be able to unmute in a moment.
Great, thank you. It worked.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Magic.
Technology.
And then we'll keep our eyes posted, our eyes peeled. But Melissa, your video is good. Your sound is good.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not yelling at everyone.
Nope.
I'm not.
Perfect.
I'm not yelling at you. I am from Queens. Big difference.
Sound is perfect.
Good.
And Gwen, we will make you a co-host, so you'll be able to unmute yourself.
Joe, can you also take away my co-host responsibilities so I don't do something like close the conference down or something?
I can't, but I think Phil can. And Gwen, can we just... Oh,
Christina is also one of the panelists.
perfect. So Gwen and Christina, can we just do a mic check?
Hi, everyone.
And Christina, can we do a mic check?
Now I can unmute. I wasn't able to unmute in the beginning, sorry. So hi, you heard me.
Perfect.
Mm.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. And Libby, I think all present and accounted for?
We're just waiting for Matt Foreman.
Oh, that's right.
And, you know, he thinks it's starting at 4 and he's on the other coast. So he might be a little late.
Okay.
Just because he's on the other coast, but we'll
No
see.
worries.
I'm going to log off and log back on.
No problem. We'll watch for you.
Okay.
And we'll keep our eye peeled for Matt. And folks, we are going to start up in about 8 minutes. And Libby, I'll just do 30 seconds and introduce you.
Okay.
And Libby, I don't know if you saw, but yesterday we went over 2,000 registrants for Spectrum.
That's great.
Figured
I
you would
mean,
be pleased.
You know, the fact that it's virtual enables you to do that, but it would be great for us all to be in one spot. And it's this balancing act.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. Because it's true, the access, and we're able to charge basically all but nothing.
Right. Oh, here's Matt. Great.
Our costs are so much lower than doing a live conference.
Yeah. That goes without saying.
Yeah. Hi, Matt. Can we do a quick audio check? Matt, are you able to hear us?
Yep.
Excellent. And we can hear you now. Perfect. Great.
Hi.
And folks, we will be starting up in just about 5 minutes. We're just doing quick audio tech checks with our speakers, and we will start up in about 5 minutes. And folks, just to note, we will be starting up in about 2 minutes. All right, and Gwen, we just want to make sure that you can unmute. You should be a co-host.
Got it.
Perfect. Excellent. All right, gang's all here. So Libby, I will start up in about a little, but just about 2 minutes. And we invite folks to turn their cameras on. This is a session about communications, so feel free to turn your cameras on if you are able and are comfortable doing so. It helps to keep a more of a conversational atmosphere with our speakers. We are at about 3 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States, and we welcome back some of our 2,000 plus registrants for the Spectrum Conference to the Penn Ultimate session, and one that I am very excited about. It has been an incredible week. I just want to give, because this is my last time getting to start one, a shout out to the team who put this together from our Arrive Center at SUNY, and just the incredible amount of work that goes on before the conference begins, during the conference, and after it ends every night. Kudos to all of them. You've seen Elizabeth, but Phil and Roma and Joelle and everybody who's really been working so hard to make this conference go. I am so excited about this session as we start. There was an old movie, Field of Dreams, where the idea in Field of Dreams was if you build it, they will come. We have spent an entire week, our 4th year of establishing very clearly that all the data shows that our LGBTQIA plus colleagues and students experience violence and harassment at an elevated rate compared to everyone else. So why haven't we fixed this? Why haven't we stopped this? Why isn't the government moving hell and high water to address this public health epidemic? And one of the things that we've learned is that it's not just about having the data on your side, and it's not just about having the right thing to do on your side. It's about communicating that message in an effective way so folks understand it, so they adopt it, so they see it as something that is crucial to them, and they can make the kind of changes that we want to make. And so we have an all-star panel of communicators here to talk about it. And our great friend and colleague, Libby Post, is going to start us off and introduce the panel. Before she does, from a point of personal privilege, although we're excited to have all of our speakers here, I do want to give a quick shout out to Gwen Wright, who has been with us since the beginning, who has spoken at numerous Spectrum conferences and our prevention series and the Prevention Summit. And I can't even count how many meetings and conferences and webinars she has attended and supported us on. And so great to have you back. What a dear friend to the program. And speaking of dear friends to the program, one of the people who was in the room when we started working on what would become our policies and the Spectrum Conference is Libby Post, the founder of the original Empire State Pride agenda. You'll like I made the distinction, a longtime activist, a SUNY grad, and a winner of multiple awards from the University at Albany, and a faculty member and a political activist, and all sorts of other stuff. please welcome back to Spectrum, Libby Post and the panel. Libby?
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to hire you as my publicist, I've decided. That's the end of that conversation. Before we start, I meant to say this yesterday. For those of you who are in the room, you know, I got my start doing student politics here at UAlbany and what used to be called SASU, which was the statewide lobby organization. And I was flabbergasted 4 years ago when we did this first one of these, and I got to moderate the president's panel. And the idea, because when I started this work in '78, the idea of being out period on campus was a bit of a challenge. But the idea that there were 4 out SUNY presidents was just so incredible to me, and it still is. And we still have some of them are still around. A couple of them have gone to different places, but it's really great. And this conference is really so important because it raises the issue to a level that if this conference wasn't happening, these issues would not be on the radar in the SUNY system. And you know, it's 64 campuses, it's hundreds of thousands of students. We make up a good chunk of those students, and it's really, really important for our issues to be seen as being important. And as Joe said, he just doesn't understand why the government isn't taking care of this issue right off the top. So I'm just going to introduce quickly the folks that are with us today, and I am hoping that you all, each one of you will also say a few words about yourselves, and then we can get into the conversation. And this is about finding your advocacy voice. You know, we can have all the good intentions in the world, but if we don't advocate, if we don't speak out, nothing is going to change. So we have with us today Christina Herrera, who is the CEO and founder of Trans Latinx Network out of New York City. We have Matt Foreman, who, oh my God, Matt, Heritage of Pride, Pride Agenda, Hodge Foundation. I'm sure I'm missing something, but you'll fill it all in. Matt's been a longtime LGBT activist in the community. We go back as far as when I was doing this work in the 90s. Melissa Sklarz, who's a transgender activist, was active in lots of different things. You're a district leader, I think, now in New York City, and works for SAGE, which is Senior Action to Gay Environment, to make sure those of us who are aging out have some services when we need them. And then the incomparable Gwen Wright, who is my personal friend, which is a lovely thing. But she was the director of the Office of the Prevention of Domestic Violence for many, many years, worked in domestic violence settings, has been a great friend to this conference, and is now in her second life running for office. She's running for Rensselaer County Executive across the river from here. And you know, we think we're going to have a new county executive in Rensselaer County, and it would be a wonderful thing because the guy who's there now is Trump Jr. So I'll leave it at that. So Christina, you just want to say a few words about who you are, other than what I said, and everybody else gets to say a few words, and then we'll get into it. So Christina.
Sure. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. I really appreciate it, Libby. So I'm Christina, as mentioned, and I'm a trans Latina immigrant. I'm from El Salvador. I've been doing nonprofit work for over 20 years. And something that I want everyone to know is that I'm here. And I think every day that I breathe is a day to advocate for my community. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Thank you.
Matt?
Hi, Matt Foreman. I just counted up on my fingers. This is my 43rd year of advocacy within the LGBTQ community, and 30 years of paid employment doing that. I think I'm one of the maybe 10 people in the whole country that's actually made an entire career off the backs of the gay community. So I feel very, very privileged.
Melissa?
Thanks, Libby. So my name is Melissa Sklarz. I live here in Queens, although I did go to SUNY Albany for a bit. I transitioned a little over 30 years ago, and I'm the first trans person elected to office in New York State. I've been on the last 4 Democratic conventions. The last one as a delegate from New York, first trans person in the Electoral College. I'm currently an elected Democratic district leader here in New York. I ran for assembly in 2018. I did really well, but I lost. I am currently at SAGE, the senior government relations strategist, and I've known Christina and Libby and Matt for a very long time.
And Gwen.
Thank you, Libby. Hello, everyone, and welcome. And thank you for that wonderful introduction, Joe. I so miss my collegial work with SUNY. It really is one of the things that I missed since I retired. As Libby said, I was with the Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence. I retired from that position 2 years ago, almost to the day. And since then, as we think about advocacy, I think that it's clear that advocacy happens in a bunch of different arenas. And right now, that arena for me is seeking elected office. I think it's a different kind of advocacy, and I am really looking forward to that new journey in my life. And Matt, we kind of go back a few years, don't we? So it's kind of like a little bit of an old homes week for me to look around and see some of the names of folks that I've worked with over my career. And it is an honor and a pleasure to speak with you today.
Great. Thank you so much. So my attitude towards advocacy and towards life is that when a door was open, I would just walk through it. And I know that that's not the easiest thing for some people to do, but that's how I, approached my advocacy life. And like Matt, I've been making a living doing it, not from the LGBT community, from other things. But, I think it's important for people to just to step up and make the opportunity or make the decision that you are going to step up for your community, whatever that community might be, and not be afraid. And I think the fear factor is really a monumental thing to overcome. And so what I would like now is for each of the panelists to talk about how they found their advocacy voice and how it has impacted not just your life, because clearly it's defining your life, but the work you've done and the people that you've come into contact with over the course of the years. So Matt, why don't you start?
Well, I came out in Charleston, West Virginia in 1978, and I was working for the governor of West Virginia, then Jay Rockefeller, and I had babysit his kids, and he was a liberal guy. Can't believe how West Virginia has changed so much. But anyway, when I came out, I expected to be welcomed, and I was summarily taken from the governor's office in the council's office and sent to the prison department, which was the farthest away you could get from the governor. And that was a eye-opening experience to me. And then I started, getting to know gay people in the Charleston, West Virginia scene, and I was shocked about every white person, every white man was in the closet. And the only people that were out were drag queens. And they were the only people I could be proud of. And then I saw the violence that they were subjected to. And one of my best friends there, she died by suicide, and her parents buried her in male clothing. And I just bring that up because I think advocacy, as Libby says, has to come from your heart. And so since then, I've just been involved in different causes where I just get angry. It was, the way the Catholic Church treated gay Catholics. And then I was at the Anti-Violence Project in New York, and the horrendous violence that was being inflicted on our people, and the NYPD didn't care. And then the Pride agenda, where sexual orientation were never in the state code. And it took 31 years to just get gay and lesbian and bi people protected. And then I went to the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, and writ large, and here now I'm at the Haas Junior Fund in San Francisco, and we have a really robust LGBT giving program. But across the country, we've come a long way in 50 years since Stonewall, 50 plus, but we still have so far to go. And the way in which LGBT people, all of us, but particularly LGBT people of color and trans people are discriminated against and have no recourse whatsoever in 28 states. That's what keeps me going. It's just meeting really fantastic people with such resilience and such courage, and being angry about what our society continues to inflict on these wonderful people.
Melissa?
So I was lucky. I had a terrible substance abuse problem and I lost everything. And so I went to rehab, and this was the late 1980s. And I said, I'm transgender. I need help. And they went, oh, okay, this is really simple. We have no idea what you're talking about. And they sent me to the LGBT Center in New York, where they had a new program called the Gender Identity Project. And they welcomed me-ish. And because I stuck with it and overcame at least my substance problem, and they made me a social worker. I was a terrible social worker. It was hard to stay connected with people at that level. And so they, at one point in this part of New York City in Greenwich Village, they did a town hall about an anti-transgender prostitute town hall. And they looked around and they said, you have a big mouth, you should go. And I went to a town hall with 200 people, all of them complaining about transgender people selling their bodies in Greenwich Village. And I was the one to stand up and harangue and denounce and rage. And rather than get angry with me, they got even and they put me on the community board. And really that was how it started. And what I've discovered is it's really easy to be the first. You know, we're talking about getting involved in community engagement, like now as a trans woman for 25 years. And so when we think back to trans involvement and trans visibility, in those days, it was very, very limited. And so it's easy to be the first. The real key to being an advocate is to work really hard not to be the last. And I'm very, very pleased that I worked hard not only to get access into different places and different rooms, but to hold the door open for others. You know, I've been able to help a new generation of trans women and men get access in New York. And now we have this fierce political advocate community, not only in New York, but all over the country. You know, I was part of the first cohort at the Democratic Convention in 2004. I think there were 6 of us that were trans-identified nationwide. And in 2020, at this last convention, there were over 40 of us. So on that level, we introduced trans community, trans issues to a political community, to liberal neighborhoods. We carried our message. We brought trans rights to New York City. And then, as Matt can certainly remember, it's like, oh, this is easy. Let's bring it to New York State. And it took 18 years to get our trans rights bill passed in Albany. We did everything possible. But here's the funny thing, that in retrospect, now that gender is the law of the state, passing the law is actually the easy part. Now comes the hard part, which is changing the culture. And so it's like a relay race. And so what I'm here today is to hand the baton to all of 192 of you. So I did the easy part. I spent 18 years of my life bringing trans rights into the legality of New York. Now, what you're going to do is change the culture. You are now all trans advocates going to change the culture and make sure that trans people and trans people of color are safe and protected and have access to school and healthcare and jobs and are safe and part of our community at large.
Gwen?
Thank you. So my trajectory is probably a little different. When I came out back in 1982, I came out into a pretty white feminist world. I was a mom with 3 young children, including an infant. And so it took me a minute to really figure out what that meant and to find voice. But I was engaged in the anti-violence against women movement. And what I realized by looking around the room, no matter where I went, no one looked like me. There were no people of color. The lesbian, gay, let alone trans or anything else, were so minimal that it became clear that we had to start talking about intersectionality and about who we're leaving behind. And I knew that if I didn't speak up on behalf of the communities that I represented, there was no one else in the room to do that. And so that's how I found my voice. I found my voice by recognizing that if not me, then who? And that I was, not only was it my job to do that, but it was my responsibility. It was my responsibility as someone who had entree into various rooms and various places in society to bring along with me all of those folks who had been silenced. So that was sort of how things happened for me.
Christina?
So for me, it was quite an interesting story. I moved. I'm originally from El Salvador. I moved to LA when I was 10, and my family was quite conservative, and so I was looking to find my path. And back then, in the beginning of the 80s, we didn't really have access to like internet. I couldn't really like go to a library and be like, let me get a book on, finding out people like me that feel like me. Like I couldn't even describe what was going on with me. So that search was really difficult, and it unfortunately took for me to like move across the country. So I moved to New York back in 1985, which was a complete, contrast at where I was living at in LA. So it seemed very overwhelming, but at the same time, I was like, I need to make it here. I need to find myself. I need to make myself happy, and so as I connected to people who were allies to me, I didn't really exactly know that I was trans. I knew that I was different and I felt like a girl, but I couldn't really describe it. So I started to connect to like resources, and as I began to transition into, living as a trans female, I kept on like finding myself in situations where I was like, to be trans, this is what I have to live through, like seeing violence, seeing discrimination, seeing killings, and like deportations and all of that. And I was like, this is not what celebrating one's trans identity should look like, especially when you're also dealing with being like an immigrant and not knowing, the English language. And so like the fire in me kind of like grew stronger, and I was like, I need to persevere. I need to make it, because I was seeing a lot of my peers die and dealing with addiction and being deported. And I was like, this is not the way our lives should be. Like, we should be like thriving. And so I started to like push back. I was like, I need to, find safe places for my community. And so I put myself through school. I went to CUNY. I graduated from Queens College, and I was like, I need to get the tools to make a difference. And so in 2000, I decided to go into the nonprofit world, which for me was, you know, I was technically doing a lot of that work like informally as a young person, helping my peers. But I was like, wait a minute, I can make money out of this and I can find like stable, safe, you know, employment settings. So that is how I, you know, evolved into becoming an activist, becoming like a, you know, like a social work, social services provider. And that led to me beginning to say like, I want more and our community expects more. And unfortunately, we were not really getting the resources from our allied providers. So we decided to put together an organization, which is the Trans Latinx Network, where we were like, we want to be able to have access to our own resources, deliver our own resources, and create employment opportunities for other community members who have you know, who should be able to find, you know, other opportunities in life. And so that's how we were able to really become the institution we are. And for me, I found like a healing process in advocating for my community and educating and pushing back against those institutions that historically have oppressed us. You know, I was able to really like fight back against like you know, law enforcement, especially in Jackson Heights, which was really like harassing us and profiling us. And now we're accessing resources at the state level where we are able to, you know, build more capacity within our community. So a little bit of everything, but I'm very like content that I'm following my path.
So I just want to say to people, if you have questions, just, you know, virtually raise your hand with that little icon that you can raise your hands with, and we can entertain the questions. And, you know, we're hearing about how it keeps people where we came from and how we got to where we are. One of the things that has always not been a struggle for me, but has always been this point of trying to find that spot of keeping going in the face of defeat. You know, Matt, you know, worked so hard to get Sonda done, and it took what, 18 years. You know, it was insane that it took as long as it did. You know, and there are other things that we've done. The gender took another 20 years to get done, and there are other bills that have taken so long, and other advocacy efforts. And I remember when I was first starting to do this work, and it just got and I was a lot younger then, and it seemed, this was in the 90s, and it just seemed really sort of overwhelming at times. And there was a guy named Jim Perry who was my political soulmate, and we did this work together. He died on Gay Pride Day in 91, but he would always say to me, you can do this, you know, you can do this. And that has stayed with me my entire life, that you know, his voice in my head saying you can do this. So I'm curious, from the four of you, what is it? What's that voice? What's that thing that in the face of defeat and incredible opposition, because the opposition is now growing again, what is it? What is it that makes you keep going? Because I think that for folks who are not really experienced in this, when you hit the wall the first time, there are times you just want to say, I'm walking away. And so what is it that makes you not walk away? So Gwen?
You know, Libby, you know, people talk about the fire in the belly. And I really think that that's what it is. Like, you get this fire in your belly, and you can only release it by pushing against that resistance. It's the only way to really sort of feel right in yourself. And for me, again, you know, it was really important important for me back in the day to always ensure that I was not the only one of me in the room. And that was a 24/7 ordeal. It meant talking to people, reaching out to people, mentoring people, holding their hands, encouraging them, writing with them. You know, it really was a lot of work to ensure them that they were not out there alone, because God knows there were many, many days when I felt like I was alone. And that continued throughout my career. I mean, when I became executive director of OPDV, I remember my first sub-cabinet meeting, which was a meeting of all these similar agencies, you know, executive agencies under the governor, and I was with public safety. So that meant I walked into a room where it was the heads of state police, Division of Criminal Justice, Division of Military and Naval Affairs, state corrections, state commission on corrections, all militarized white guys. And it was like, God, haven't I done this already? And what I realized at that moment, and it was extremely intimidating, but what I realized at that moment as I sat in that room is that I deserved to be there as much as anyone else. And that I was not going to be silenced. And while they were talking about their, you know, accessing blah, blah, blah kind of helicopter, which who the heck cared, in my view, because for me, what I needed to talk about were the number of people who were being killed at the hands of people that they were intimately connected with by guns. And you're talking about accessing weapons. So we have to have some kind of meeting of the minds here. And so again, what the lesson to me was that it never ends. It just continues. And so I think it was Christina that talked about perseverance. You know, you don't get rid of that fire in your belly without perseverance, without knowing that you need to be able to sleep at night, knowing that you did the very best that you could. And yeah, you know, sometimes it takes 20 years, sometimes it takes 18 years. You know, I certainly worked on legislation where it took us 20 years to get it through, and legislation that was about protecting people, which is always astonishing to me. Like, why is it so difficult for us to wrap our brains around the fact that people need protection by our government, and we have a responsibility, if nothing else, we have a responsibility to do that. And those are the things that take the longest to push through. So, so yeah, I think it really is about how you respond to that fire in your belly.
Okay, Matt?
Well, I think if you're able to take a step back, and I'm frequently not able to do that, the progress that's been made around LGBTQ issues, people, culture, equality is astonishing. And I think most people, most historians around the world can't find another movement, if that's what you want to call it, that's made such similar progress. It is completely frustrating that 47 years after Bella Abzug introduced the first gay rights bill, we still don't have a federal law, as Gwen says, that protects us. I think we might actually get over the finish line this year, but if you just look at public opinion polling, even on the issue of same-sex marriage, it's at 70% nationwide. No one could have dreamed that 15 years ago. I look at transgender visibility and how it has just exploded over the last 5 years, thanks to the kind of hard decades along groundwork that Melissa and her colleagues did. So we are making, that's what keeps me going. We are making progress. And I take some hope in the fact that some of our staunchest enemies are slowly crumbling. Organized religion is losing across the board, you name it. Even evangelicals are losing adherents. The country is becoming less and less religious. Nobody, except a few people, cares what the Catholic Church has to say anymore. So the trajectory is definitely in our favor. It's just that, they say like a cornered rat fights the hardest. Well, that's where we're at right now. And it's the last gasp of the white male patriarchy. It's going to take a long time for them to take that last gasp and pass out. But I do feel we're almost at a tipping point. So if we can just keep going and pushing and not direct our anger internally. I mean, it's been a problem of every marginalized community, this lateral attack against each other. And I unfortunately think it's gotten worse among young LGBTQ people than it was. And we've always had the problem, but I think there's so much more judginess and condemnation and holier than thou kind of approach. I mean, it's society-wide, but I just despair of that a little bit, that if you're just not towing the exact party line, then you're not a good gay. That's the thing that I worry about most. I do, of sapping energy out of people that are on this call that want to get involved, that want to devote time and energy, and then are like met with, a very exclusionary view of what liberation and equality is supposed to be.
Yeah, you're not good enough, is what people are met with. Christina?
So for me, it's I'm like I have to continue to press forward. If I stop fighting, if I stop resisting, then what's going to happen to to my community? We have seen what has happened when people don't take action, and when it comes to the trans community, things are really things are really delicate right now. We're seeing that in some parts of the country, it's not, it's not ideal, it's not safe to live, and we're continuing to see so much violence, happening not just from within communities, but also from different government agencies and law enforcement. And so I need to continue to to fight and advocate and bring resources so that we can continue to develop leaders within our community. This work can be really taxing at times, yes, and at times, yeah, I want to kind of burn out, but I know that I can't. I don't have the luxury. I'm like, if I don't continue to do what I'm doing, it's like some people may be heavily impacted by it, and I just couldn't see myself allowing that to happen. And I feel that an area also that I feel is really, really important is to continue to build allyship with other communities, such as the LGBT community. At times, I know that it's hard to trust and it's hard to really engage for different reasons. But we can't do this alone. And for the trans community, we have so much that we're fighting against, that we're working towards, that we can't do it alone. And so we need to be able to harness, good intention from different aspects. Right now, we don't know, like if things really go sour, political, in the near future, that's really gonna heavily impact us when it comes to, immigrant communities. We have already a lot of things against us, and it's been so hard for us to even access an immigration status. So we need to protect what we have, and we need to fight for more. So that's where I stand. But it's really hard. It's a lot to really try to fight against, but there's no other choice. We have to continue to fight.
Melissa, what do you do to keep it going?
Damned if I know. You know, when we started, Matt can remember, we had a meeting with Sylvia Rivera. Sylvia Rivera, what's the polite word, was eccentric, you know, and there was a huge room of people, and we were coming up, this is the late 90s, and all those people, they've all moved on with their lives, and here I am. I'm on Christina's board. Here's the secret. We live in a racist culture. And so whenever all these LGBT victories are achieved, the white people get all the rewards and the people of color continue to fight. And so now the journey today is now that I have a lovely, messy home that I own, and now I get my ability to help others. I am on a spiritual journey. I seem to have a talent and a niche where I can communicate these ideas to people. And I've had great success. And people say wonderful, lovely things to me. And I used to argue with them. At least I don't argue anymore. I have a talent to explain that being trans in a non-trans culture, what it's like being, why being white is unfair because people of color continue to suffer and fall behind. And it's a passion. I'm really pleased that I've been able to pivot, even as I get older, that to be able to support Black trans movement, the trans Latina movement. And, you know, I started out, I was what, you know, Martin Luther King talked about the fierce urgency of now. Young people are impatient and angry. It goes with the territory. It's in your contract. And it's not a bad thing. And now in politics in New York, now I have young people reaching out to me as a wise elder about navigating politics. I like the fact that I've been able to succeed. We have fought in this arena at so many different levels. Again, you know, Matt and I have been on the same team. We've been on opposite teams. We've pretended to be in opposite teams and on the same team. We have argued with so many people about our civil rights, that we deserve basic decency. Once upon a time, our New York State Senate was all Republican. And they pretended to care and they didn't. And they pretended to listen and they didn't. And it was fixed. It just wasn't real. And they knew it and we knew it and they knew it that we knew it, and we had to do it anyway because we didn't make the rules, but that's how it was done. And finally, New York just said, this is fucking crazy. They're the minority. And now we have supermajority of pro-equality coalitions in both the Senate and the Assembly. And so new ideas, Albany used to be the place where new ideas would go to die. And it's not like that anymore. I still have it. It's a spiritual journey. I don't want to talk about something like God, then you'll all turn off your camera. But for me, it's spiritual. It's doing service. It's selflessness. It's, oh my God, I've got a talent and I've made it work. And I get to own my cluttered little apartment, but the lives of people are getting better because I'm willing to do the work. And that gets me out of bed every day.
So we've actually gotten a couple of questions. And the first one is from Alexander Hilly. I hope I said your last name correctly. When was a time you felt most empowered? So is there a singular event that made you feel most empowered, or a time in your life when you felt most empowered? Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So for me was back in like 1992 when I decided and was able to accomplish my gender affirming procedure. I felt on top of the world. I was like, with accomplishing something as huge as that, for me was like, I'm like, I could take on so many other things because like I'm complete now. And so that was a great moment for me, and I would always remember it.
Gwen? You gotta unmute.
Most empowered. You know, it's so interesting because I think that there are probably several of those situations, but I guess I would say when I became the executive director of the State Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And the reason that I felt that was because I didn't know anything about running an agency. I didn't know where that was going to take me. But what I did know was that I had a tremendous amount of support and backing behind me to take on a challenge that was before me that I'd never done before and do it successfully. So I felt that the empowerment came from staring that challenge head on and taking hold and moving forward with it and being, you know, I was empowered by the fact that I was the first African-American lesbian to run a state coalition in the entire country. You know, that was like a significant pat on the back that I hadn't even thought about it until people said that to me. You know, sometimes it's like you have to hear the words out loud to realize that it is an achievement, and that along with that acknowledgement did come a significant amount of power and authority. I mean, like I became the person that I would walk in a room and people would acknowledge me. And that was incredibly empowering to be able to walk into the room and people would say, oh, Gwen's here. You know, you have to be in that place to really know what that feels like for your entire psyche, for your entire body. It's just like an amazing sense of power over yourself. So that was probably one of the most significant. And it happened again when I was appointed by the governor to lead OPDV. It was another, that same kind of thing. You know, I think for most of us, when those kinds of things come about, the first thing we say is, I'm not worthy. And then it's like, but of course you are.
Absolutely.
Of course you are.
Melissa?
Gender was born in December 2001. It seemed like it would be impossible. And Matt Foreman is a great national voice for trans inclusion in LGBT politics. But before that, there was a good 2-year period where I was the only trans person in New York taking the time to try to go to Albany and bring trans rights. And then over time, the coalition got larger and larger and larger. And then the bill was passed, and then the governor signed it. And when the governor signed it, he was on a stage with about 50 people. And at that event, I had lawmakers come up to me quietly and said, you know, this is all because of you. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for you. You have been doing this for years, and now everyone is here, but there was that time when it was only you. And I was sort of taken aback by that. And, you know, it's very, very rare I see myself like that. It's, you know, no one is an activist for cash and prizes, that's for sure. But to be able to have senators and assembly people go that you may not feel it, but this is actually your moment. I was just really taken aback by that. So that'll stay with me probably for the rest of my life.
Matt?
I think I've been so blessed in so many ways to be able to work in our movement for so long, but I do remember in 2004, I don't know how many people on this call remember this guy, Fred Phelps. He ran a church in Topeka, Kansas, and he went to with these hideous, awful signs, God hates fags, with his members of his church and his children. I've never understood where they got the money, but they went all over the country. They protested, at the funerals of soldiers that had died in Afghanistan, saying that that was God's punishment because America was too pro-gay. In any event, Topeka passed a LGBT non-discrimination ordinance in 2003, and Fred Phelps went around and got enough signatures to put that on the ballot to repeal it. And when I was the task force, we decided we're going to really throw down on this one and put money into it and send organizers there because it's Kansas, it's Topeka, and it's Fred Phelps. And I did a lot of door-to-door canvassing there just to try to get in people's heads, and it's not a very pleasant experience. But on election night, that attempt to overturn the ordinance was defeated 2-1. And I thought, if we can do this in Topeka, if we can do this against Fred Phelps and his crowd and his money, we can do it anywhere. And that gave me a real sense of, it empowered me. It made me feel great. Fortunately, he's since dead, and I hope he's rotting in hell. But anyway, it was a good night.
Yeah, it's okay to celebrate that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to answer, and actually Joe was at this moment that I felt was one of the most empowering things for me. And that was, I was the president of my synagogue, and I'm a conservative Jew. That doesn't mean I'm on the right. It's just what they call our movement within Judaism. And I was giving the first Yom Kippur speech where the president gets up and asks for money. And I said to folks, things have changed. I'm now the president, blah, blah, blah. And in a couple of weeks, Lynn and I are going to stand over there. And I pointed to the other part of what's called the bima, or the altar, to say that we were going to get married in the synagogue, on the bima, under a huppah. The nice Jewish wedding my mother always wanted me to have, but that wasn't going to happen in her lifetime. And the whole place broke out in applause. And that was the most affirming, let alone empowering. It was one of the most affirming moments of my life. And it was really, really great. And I have to say, those 4 years, and I was the first lesbian to be the president of a conservative synagogue in the country, those 4 years were probably the most productive and empowering of all the volunteer work that I've done. And I was, I did Pride Agenda, I did the Pride Center here for 5 years. I've done a lot of different things, but that was because it was, if not me, who, which was what Gwen said, and that's Hillel said that. And so it really was one of those incredibly affirming moments where an institution that I never expected to embrace LGBT people ever. And I include the T's because we have transgender folks in the synagogue. I never expected that to happen, and they did. And it was just an amazing time in my activist life. And so that was, I don't know, 10 years ago, I think that was. And the other times I feel empowered is when I win a race. I do political campaigns, so I feel very empowered. And I felt very empowered last week because we won a really big race here in Albany. So that was really good. So there was a question, and Melissa answered it, but I'd like to throw it out to everybody else as well. And we only have a few minutes left. So the question was, do you think trans programming should be included in LGB programming or housed in the same place? Does that make sense? So Melissa said no. LGBT programming marginalizes trans people. I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks.
Well, for me as a trans individual and someone who has access, support over the years and have witnessed, what type of support we get at times when we're like lumped into the rest of the community, I feel that in a way is technically like a disservice, especially when there is no need to like combine like different like services for different communities. I understand if it's like a small town in, who knows, Kansas or something, we have to settle for what we can get. But especially in bigger cities and in progressive states that have resources, I believe that trans communities should be delivering services to their own communities, so that we can be more accountable, and we can have better access to those resources and deliver them the best way possible.
Gwen?
You know, that's a really interesting question. And I think that I related to the new movement towards, really thinking about racism and the people who have been most affected in this country and the BIPOC movement, looking at Black and Indigenous people of color as being a group that has disproportionately in this country been subjected to the horrific, just a horrific history. And I think the same is true when I think about the LGB community and the T. I think that sometimes movements start because we all need to be under that same umbrella, but then there's a quiet storm where we need to kind of separate that out. And I, for one, would certainly respect, I think all of us would respect the judgment of the transgender community to determine whether it's helpful or not for them to maintain that sort of incorporated status. We had to do that when we came up with LGBTQ, because it was the gay movement, and the gay movement really meant gay men and specifically meant gay white men. And so we had to challenge that dynamic, and I think for what it's worth, the AIDS epidemic really heightened and elevated the voice of lesbians in the gay movement, because after all, we were caretaking our friends and family members who were dying in our arms. And so that was one way that we really had to look at how strong that connection was. And I think then embracing trans just kind of went hand in hand. However, I do think that this long history has led to a place where it's easy, and we've seen it both through policy and through practical application, how trans people sort of get left behind, that we have just not done as good a job of elevating them. So I appreciate the need to kind of tease that out.
Matt?
Yeah, I really agree with Gwen. I do think it depends on what we're talking about here. If we're talking about direct services, social services, camaraderie, but the reality of gender fluidity, I think, it's real. And in the last national survey of National Center for Transgender Equality, the number of young people that don't identify as lesbian, gay, bi, or even trans, but as in the fluidity, I'm not sure I'm something the terminology wrong, it is growing exponentially. So, and I just don't think that because it's new, we haven't quite got our heads around how to help young people in their journey towards wherever they're going. And what does that mean for the ever-growing list of letters in the alphabet of our community? I don't know, but I think Gwen answered the question brilliantly.
So now we're going to go into the lightning round because we have 3 minutes left, right? And Joe's got to say a few things towards the end anyway. So in 30 seconds or less, please give the audience the message that you would like to leave them with so that they go out and do the work, and we can all retire. So, Melissa?
Great, 30 seconds. So the battle of our democracy is happening right now, and LGBT is important, but we're seeing the battle. Racism has lit the fuse where the parts of the United States are willing to get rid of American democracy. We need you to stand up and fight. Our 2022 and 2024 elections could be the end of American democracy. And so the five of us are going to do the best we can, but we need all of you. This is happening. It transcends our LGBT identity, and we need your support.
Matt?
Keep fighting in small and big ways, whatever it is. I see so many people that get engaged in these issues in their 20s and then walk away. And so I'm just asking you, make this a lifelong thing, even if it's only one very small thing once a week. Just stay engaged.
Christina?
I would say get to know us, get to know us as a trans community, as the transgender community, make room for us and step back when necessary and be generous, not just monetarily, but also, you know, with a lot of the other areas, you know. Thank you.
Gwen?
I would say that if your dreams do not inspire and motivate you, you're not dreaming big enough. Try again.
And I would say, just do it, as they say in the Nike commercials. Just step through the door. If the door's open, if it's not, open it yourself and step through it and just do it, because nobody else is going to do it for you. So you have to do it for yourself. Joe, what's your 30 seconds?
I'm going to defer to the five of you. What an incredible message, what an incredible session. You could see from the comments in the chat. Our group was texting back and forth, but we think we just had the first F-bomb on the record at a Spectrum session. So that's a total Friday afternoon vibe. I guess I will close by saying Libby raised the words of the ancient scholar Hillel, whose words I think are actually applicable to this session. If I am not for myself, who will be? But if I am not for others, what am I? And if not now, when? The need to advocate for ourselves and our own identities, the need to advocate for others in their identities to ensure that there's equality spread equally across the United States and beyond, and the urgency, the fierce urgency, as Dr. King said, to do so now, not next year, next session, next election, next generation. And so it's one thing to have all the data and the information. It's another thing to have a voice. Libby, Melissa, Christina, Gwen, and Matt, what a privilege. Thank you so much for joining us at Spectrum.
Thank you.
And I was amiss earlier. I forgot in thanking my great colleagues who've put this on. I left Morgan out. So I want to officially thank the people who really have done so much work. Elizabeth, Phil, Roma, Joelle, and Morgan, among many others, but they have truly put in day and night and day to make this conference happen. And the proof is in the pudding in sessions like this. We will take a half-hour break before our final session, where you will hear from Elizabeth Brady. It is one not to be missed, and we do hope that everyone thinks hopefully will be in person next year. Hopefully, and we do hope to see you at a future Spectrum. So I will go off now, and we will give you all a break, and we will see you again at 4:30 here on the East Coast.
Bye, folks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, Lynn and Timothy, you should both be able to unmute and share screen if you want to just do a quick tech check.
Hi, are you all able to hear me okay?
Yes, you're a little quiet though.
Sorry, I had my computer muted. Are y'all able to hear me okay?
Yeah, but you're a little bit quiet. It sounds like you're kind of far from the mic.
Oh, yep, I can fix that. All right, how is that now?
It's a little bit better. I don't know if there's a way to, I'm probably not the best person to be helping with
You know, it might be
this.
my air purifier interrupting the sound, so let me turn that off.
Okay. Hi, Lynn.
Hey, let's just do a little like audio check. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Is that any better now?
Oh, you know what? My audio is turned down a little bit.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me okay though?
That's a lot better.
Okay.
I must have just like kicked it down during the last session unintentionally.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to check because I was
My
like, I have my external like webcam and everything set up. I was like, I wonder if it's acting up.
So sorry. Yeah, you both sound great. We're excited to have you here. Yeah, and you both should have the ability to share your slides if that's what you plan on doing. If you want to put them up and then come 4:30, go ahead and just get started. I'll introduce the both of you and just offer a few opening remarks, and then hand it over to you.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. I will see you in like 15 minutes.
Hey, Lynn. Yeah. Can you see? Are you seeing presenter view or are you seeing the regular slide deck, just the title slide?
I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing that you've started screen share, but that's it.
Oh, it's probably just taking a moment.
So I'm not seeing presenter view. So good.
Just the title slide?
Just the title slide.
It's not like we have anything on presenter view, but still. All right, I will leave this up and I will come back in a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to come back in a minute, but thank you all for being here. We appreciate all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the folks that are hanging with us on a Friday afternoon.
Hey everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started in about 5 minutes. So it is about 4:28. We have 2 minutes until the next presentation, but I did want to just open up with some opening remarks. And I had actually spoken with Timothy and Lynn briefly about how I just feel as though we as a conference have really been starved for this content. So I'm extremely excited for this session and grateful that we're able to offer it. But I did want to just take a second without bleeding too much into the presentation time to thank the members of my team. Morgan, Broma, Philip, and Joel have been instrumental in getting this conference to happen. So big kudos to them. We don't always see them. I know they had convened some sessions, but they are, back of the house with me, sort of responding to any sort of technical issues or any of the logistical issues that can sometimes pop up during virtual conferences. So really big props to them. Grateful to all of you for being here for what I think has been a really, I know I've learned a lot throughout the past week. So just thankful to everyone for being here and being open and learning and participating in all of the really great conversation within the chat. hopefully we'll be able to do this in person next year, very much so, fingers crossed, that we'll be able to return to in-person programming soon. I would encourage everyone to, keep the conversation going. Hopefully folks have been able to connect in sort of private chats during the week, and we'll continue those relationships. If there's ever anything that I can do, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll put my email in the chat. I'm always excited to collaborate with partners or work with folks who are also committed to this work day or night. Reach out. I'm always excited to chat with folks. With that, I'm excited to, right at 4:30, I'm excited to formally open up this session, a topic that I'm really happy that we're able to include this year, and hopefully content like this will continue to grow. Supporting asexual survivors of sexual and intimate partner violence was a stated goal of something that we wanted to be able to include this year, and hopefully we'll be able to continue doing so in years to come. So with that, I'm going to hand over the virtual microphone to Timothy and Lynn, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you all for sticking with us, all of our attendees, like sticking with us on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Appreciate you so much. So hi, I'm Timothy Bussey. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm the Associate Director for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Kenyon College, which is over in Gambier, Ohio. It's about an hour and a half north of Columbus, if you're familiar with the Midwest geography. And I am also the founder and executive director of Ace and Arrow Alliance of Central Ohio, which is the state's first and only Ace and Arrow specific organization, and one of only 5 like organizations in the entirety of the Midwest. And I will let Lynn do their introduction.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lynn Alexander, and my pronouns are they or she. And I hail from Connecticut. I'm a recent graduate from the University of Connecticut with my master's in social work. And I'm continuing to stay on as a lecturer in women, gender, and sexuality studies at the University of Connecticut. I'm also the vice president of the board of directors for the Connecticut Trans Advocacy Coalition. And I'm also pleased to share with you all that I've just recently accepted a position doing holistic counseling at Middlesex Community College, which is, if you know anything about Connecticut, it's about 30 minutes south of Hartford. So very excited, very happy to be here representing Connecticut today.
Yes, we love it so much. So I'm going to let Lynn go through our learning objectives and our kind of overview of the slide deck really quick, and then I will pop back in for the next part.
All right. And I'm sure you've probably had a chance to take a look at these, but just in case you haven't had a chance to, or, the holiday weekend is starting to creep up on you. Basically, today's learning objectives are that we are going to understand key definitions and terminology related to the asexual or ACE community, learn about the prevalence of sexual and/or intimate partner violence within the community, identify different trauma-informed practices that can support asexual survivors of sexual and/or intimate partner violence, and conceptualize how to be more inclusive to ACE survivors of sexual and intimate partner violence. So just to give you a little bit of an overview of how this is going to go, we are going to talk a little bit about terminology and some definitions of sexual assault, intimate partner violence, and affirmative consent. And then Timothy is going to do their thing, which is talk about the data. So what are the prevalence, what's going on in the community? And then we're going to kind of ground ourselves in a conversation around trauma-informed practices to support ACE survivors. The other thing that we would like to let you know is that if you have any burning questions as we're going along, please let us know. Feel free to unmute yourself, but you can also drop that in the chat. We're going to try our best to keep an eye on the chat so that we can kind of interrupt ourselves if we need to.
Yeah, and we will do we will be saving about 10 minutes or so for questions and answers at the end. And I think probably there will be a fair number of questions. I think just because, one reason we're so excited to present this this content is because, oftentimes ACE experiences aren't as represented in these spaces. And so we're again just super thankful for you all for attending, and for the conference organizers for hosting us for this conversation today too. So as Lynn mentioned, I love the fact that we have just really comprehensive actually data on sexual violence in the ACE community. But before we get into that, we are going to go over some just sort of key definitions because we don't want to assume that everyone in the audience is at the same knowledge level. So really quick, we're going to go over some definitions related to asexuality, and then we'll just get into some very brief definitions, which are probably very much a refresher for folks of sexual assault, intimate partner violence, and affirmative consent, just to make sure that we all have a common understanding of some of the words that we'll be using in this presentation. But certainly over the past week, even if you are someone who is a little earlier on in your learning about this topic and these topics, you've probably gotten a lot of that already, so we won't spend too much time on that portion. So in terms of just sort of community terminology when we're talking about the asexual or ACE community. So asexual, and this is actually a definition from GLAAD, which is an organization that works on LGBTQ plus inclusive media, actually, pop culture media, but also journalism. And a part of their work is developing essentially a resource guide for folks who are talking about LGBTQ plus experiences. And as a part of that, they have some really comprehensive, easy to understand definitions. And so that's the quoted portion that you're seeing there. But asexual, pretty basically put, is just an adjective to describe people who don't experience sexual attraction. So for instance, an asexual or ace person. So when we're talking about asexuality, the big thing that we're talking about here is we're talking about the lack of capacity to experience sexual attraction. We're not talking about just not being necessarily interested one day or another. We're not talking about basically libido. We're not talking about that. We're talking about like asexuality as an identity. So I think that's definitely an important thing to remember, is that when we're talking about ace identities, we're specifically talking about an identity. We're not talking about a choice like such as remaining celibate or abstinent. Those are very different words from one another, and also both very different words from asexual as well. But oftentimes that's a misconception that folks come into things with. But in terms of asexual, it's also this kind of like broader umbrella term, right? So asexuality is also an umbrella term, and there are other identities underneath that broader asexual or ace umbrella. And so some of those identities are things like demisexual or gray sexual. And so these identities are describing ace experiences, but also different from that sort of blanket large definition of asexual as a broader term. And so when we're talking about these identities, demisexual is essentially describing someone who doesn't have the capacity to experience sexual attraction without a really strong emotional connection or bond to someone first. And so that can look very different for a lot of people, but essentially there has to be a really strong emotional connection or bond between that person and another individual before that demisexual person is able to have the capacity to experience sexual attraction. And certainly for demisexual folks, that can look very, very different. I myself identify as demisexual, so under that broader ace umbrella. And for me, like that level of attraction has happened like a couple times in life. But there are certainly other demi folks who might have different experiences from my own. And then gray sexual is essentially when we're talking about someone whose capacity to experience sexual attraction kind of ebbs and flows. So you can think of it kind of like a river would ebb and flow. That capacity to experience sexual attraction can ebb and flow as well. So what that basically means is that at some points, folks are able to feel that type of sexual attraction, and then others, they're not, other points in their life, they're not necessarily feeling or having the capacity to feel that. But the important thing to remember with asexuality is we're also wanting to remain cognizant of the fact that there are multiple different types of attraction. There's aesthetic attraction, there's romantic attraction, so the kind of warm, fuzzy feeling that some people get inside, sensual attraction, and sexual attraction. So when we're talking about ace identities, we're specifically talking about sexual attraction, and we don't want to confuse asexuality with something like aromanticism, for instance. That is a completely different identity, though there are plenty of asexual folks who also may identify as aromantic. And then the other thing to remember is that the asexual community might have shared challenges, but certainly just with any other marginalized group, this community is not a monolith, meaning that similar challenges don't necessarily equate to the same experiences. And then just kind of fun fact here, this is the ACE Pride flag. And if you're wondering where the purple came from, I can spend a lot of time on that, but the short version is it is from the original web servers for an organization called the Asexuality Visibility Education Network, or AVEN, and their web servers in like the late 90s, early 2000s, when web design wasn't as like nice as it is now, had this kind of purplish hue to it. So when the ACE Pride flag was created, purple was chosen as a nod to that virtual community space that provided resources for so many people. And then this is the Demisexual Pride flag, which is obviously a variation on the ACE Pride flag. And we'll give you some info on if you want to learn more about those pride flags later on. But in terms of our definitions, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this just because I know that y'all have had so many folks talking about this content, but I did just want to sort of nod to the fact that, you know, we do want to make sure we have a common set of definitions for some of the things that are going to pop up in the data. So this is the Department of Justice's definition of sexual assault. So certainly there are a variety of other definitions, but for the data that we are specifically mentioning, it matches up very neatly to this definition in particular, that sexual assault is any type of sexual contact or behavior that occurs without the explicit consent of the recipient. And then falling under that definition of sexual assault are activities like forced sexual intercourse, forcible sodomy, child molestation, incest, fondling, and attempted rape. And so when we're talking about sexual assault specifically in the data that we're going to be mentioning, it is comprehensive of the things that are encompassed in this specific definition from the DOJ. And again, not wanting to spend too much time on that, but we did want to also make sure we have a common understanding of intimate partner violence. And this is from the CDC, so the Centers for Disease Control, which probably most of us are very familiar with the acronym CDC at this point in the unprecedented global pandemic. But intimate partner violence is essentially a serious preventable public health problem that affects millions of people. The term describes physical violence, sexual violence, stalking, or psychological harm caused by a current or former partner or spouse. And this type of violence can occur among heterosexual or straight or same gender couples and doesn't require sexual intimacy. So that, I think, is a really important aspect to remember. And certainly when we are talking about ACE folks in particular, we can have ACE folks who are straight in terms of how they experience attraction / if they do. And we can have folks who are queer or gay or bi. So again, remembering that we can also share and hold multiple identities, and those might indicate something about sexuality, but they might also just indicate something about romantic attraction or aesthetic attraction or sensual attraction. So again, we do want to remember that just because someone shares that they are ACE doesn't mean that they also might not identify with other specific labels as well. And so, like, to use myself as an example, again, I identify as demisexual. So under that broader ACE umbrella, but I also identify as queer. And so, you know, just sort of an important reminder there as well. And then in terms of our definition for affirmative consent, definitions for affirmative consent also certainly vary by location, but generally what we're seeing is components that refer to sexual acts between 2 or more adults and that have voluntary decision-making, explicit permission and willingness, the presence of full and sound judgment and faculties, distinct, clear, and informed communication, and the fact that it's reversible. And I, in a lot of the trainings that I do around consent, really like the acronym from Planned Parenthood of FRIES, just because it is so comprehensive and easy to remember for folks, but freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. Lynn, did you have anything else that you want to add about affirmative consent before we hop into data?
Not affirmative consent, but I did want to hold space, right, for these definitions that are coming to us from, you know, institutions that have not always been survivor supporting and who have very sort of often very binary understandings and of what constitutes sexual violence or gender-based violence. So I just want to hold space for the fact that we are trying to do something that is pretty difficult to do, which is to hold space in a trauma-informed way while still having to make use of definitions and ideas and laws around sexual violence and gender-based violence that come down to us from very flawed institutions. So I just want to hold space for that.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, and thank you for that. I just did take a peek at the chat to make sure we didn't have any questions. Someone just graduated from Oberlin. Congratulations on graduating, particularly during a very challenging time. We actually just did a session with Oberlin for Pride Month. And we did have someone that shared that they just looked up Asexual and they're already learning new stuff. And so we love to see that. So thank you so much for sharing. So I, in terms of my academic training, am trained in social science specifically. I really, really, really like data. And I particularly really like data when we're talking about the ACE community, because so many folks think that we just don't have any specific data. And there's Lynn's cat. Hi, Kitty. You know, I will try to do my best to not go completely over on this, but I did want to kind of note that this is not all of the data that we're going to share with you. Like, this is a very specific portion of a lot of data. And so we've pulled out stuff that we think will be most of interest and most assistance to this particular audience. But please definitely remember that this is certainly not all of the data that exists. There's a lot of it. But we did want to just talk briefly about sort of some stats that we have regarding sexual violence in relation to sexuality, so particularly LGBTQ individuals, and stats related to the trans community. Just as sort of a point of comparison, essentially a point of comparison for the ACE community, just because oftentimes when I'm having conversations about sexual violence related to the ACE community, a lot of times folks are usually in one of three spaces. One space being that they absolutely have no idea, like no idea whatsoever, no sort of bearing as to what the prevalence or impact of that necessarily is. And then the other two spaces are some folks assuming, well, that must never almost happen. Like, that must be statistically rare, because if you're ACE, you're probably not in situations where maybe you're not in a situation where you're going to experience intimate partner violence. Maybe you're operating under this presumption that, well, you're not even going to have a romantic partner. So maybe someone's conflating like ACE and hetero identities, or conflating those identities with the presence or non-presence of a relationship is not accurate. And then sometimes I encounter folks that presume it's really bad, like it must be far worse than any other community, because folks are just completely ignoring and validating ACE identities. And we'll sort of talk about where the data actually points us in just a moment. But when we're talking about, specifically talking about sexual violence among LGBTQ folks, this is some data that we have from the CDC, courtesy of the Kaiser Family Foundation. And so what this data is basically showing us, well, it's showing us a lot of things, but what we're seeing basically for folks, and I don't want to assume that folks can see color, so these are also layered. So the top bar on each of these is for straight folks, straight women. The orange, if you see color, or the middle bar, if you don't see color, is for lesbian women. And the dark orange or bottom bar, if you don't see color, is for bisexual folks. And then on this side, similar data points, top bar being for straight men, middle bar being for gay men, and the bottom bar being for bi men. And what this data basically shows us is that when we're talking about sexual violence and the lifetime prevalence of sexual violence for women specifically, bisexual women are reporting about a 46% rate of lifetime prevalence of sexual violence, in comparison to 13% for lesbian women and about 17% for straight women. Obviously, any number is too high, but there is a massive disparity specifically that bisexual women are facing. And in addition to rape, we're also seeing that disparity with sexual violence, and also seeing a further disparity with intimate partner violence as well. But again, as we can see, all of these numbers are certainly too high. And when we're hopping over to the lifetime prevalence for men, We're also seeing a similar trend where we're seeing a disparity among bisexual men in comparison to their gay men and straight men counterparts. And so what we're essentially seeing here is that largely what we know, that sexual violence impacts people regardless of their sexuality. But for folks who maybe weren't able to attend some of the bi-focused sessions during the conference, we are also seeing that there is a pretty clear disparity that affects bisexual women and bisexual men as well. And I just wanted to make sure that we're drawing attention to that, particularly given the presence of prevalence of bi erasure as well. And when we're talking about sexual lifetime prevalence of sexual assault and sexual violence for members of the trans community, this is data from the National Center for Transgender Equality from their last US trans survey. I'm really interested to see what the latest edition of the US trans survey is going to show. They're currently starting to get things ready to launch that survey now. It generally happens every 5 years, but they're running it a little bit later. So we'll get some new data hopefully in a year or two. But what we're essentially seeing with the latest data that we have from the NCTE is that the trans community overall is reporting about a 47% prevalence or a 47% rate of lifetime prevalence of sexual violence. And so when we're looking at that among a variety of other identities under that broader trans umbrella, folks who identify specifically as cross-dressers, so folks who have self-selected that identity are reporting at about 19%. And then we've got data on non-binary folks. So non-binary folks overall are reporting a 55% lifetime prevalence. And for trans-binary people, they're reporting about a 44% lifetime prevalence. And so what we're seeing is even within the trans community, we're seeing some disparities emerge where non-binary folks are actually reporting higher rates of lifetime prevalence of sexual violence and sexual assault. And then when we're looking specifically at folks who are assigned male at birth versus assigned female at birth, we're seeing a disparity between trans women and trans men, where trans men are reporting at higher rates than trans women, and where non-binary folks who are assigned female at birth are reporting at higher rates than non-binary folks who are assigned male at birth. So again, we're also seeing some disparities within both trans-binary populations, but also non-binary populations as well. So probably just by virtue of having done 5 days of the conference, a lot of what we've just shared isn't necessarily new news, but hopefully it is a good starting point for us to kind of talk about where we are with ACE folks and how the ACE community compares to this data. So when we're talking about asexual folks, we are pulling our data specifically from the asexual census. The asexual census previously, or I think I've actually renamed it now, the ACE Community Survey. But this data set has over 9,000 respondents from the ACE community all across the world. It is more heavily skewed towards North America, specifically the US and Canada. But we do have some pretty comprehensive data for other countries as well. But unless we specify otherwise, feel free to certainly presume that the data is speaking about ACE people across the world, not in one specific country or context. But of this data, about 65% of folks identify as asexual, about 11% identify as gray ace or gray sexual, or gray asexual as it's sometimes also called. And about 10.5% identify as questioning, so we do have some questioning folks in there. And then under 9% identify as demisexual. So demisexual is a little bit statistically rarer population in the ACE community. And then the median age for this specific data set is 21, and the mean age or the average is 23. So when we're talking about geographic specificity for our respondents in the US, California has actually the most respondents at about 11%, and that's followed by New York, Texas, Massachusetts, and Washington. So again, states all across the country and states that have very different climates for LGBTQ+ folks. And then just about over 75% of the respondents identified as white, about 5.6 identified as multiracial, and Asian Pacific Islander folks were reported at 4.4% And those were the two next most represented racial and ethnic categories. And so what we're seeing here is we do have, like I said, about 3/4 of our data set is folks who are white. And so that is definitely an important consideration when we're thinking intersectionally. And so that is something to certainly pay attention to. And really for that reason, there's not a lot of great breakout data for communities of color because it's not quote statistically significant, but the experiences are there and the experiences certainly are significant, of course. And then this is basically just some data about ACE folks who have other sexualities that they identify with. And so what we're seeing is just under 40% of respondents are saying they only identify within the ACE community. But we're seeing a pretty interesting spread of folks who identify as lesbian, gay, bi, pan, queer, also straight, and also not sure all across the board. And so this is, I think, a really important point to also emphasize that when we're talking about the ACE community, again, we're not having a monolithic experience. There are lots of different ways in which people identify with their sexuality. But when we're actually talking about sexual violence, specifically, ACE people actually report pretty similar experiences with the lifetime prevalence of sexual violence in comparison to other segments of the LGBTQ+ community. So earlier when I shared that there are sometimes folks with these 3 different perspectives, 2 of which are assuming, wow, that must be really vastly more horrible than the rest of the community and at much higher rates. And then folks who are saying, well, they must not be experiencing it much at all. The truth is actually in the middle of those 2. The truth is actually in the middle. We're not seeing something that is drastically more different from the rest of the LGBTQ+ community. What we're seeing is that the reported rates of non-consensual sex or rape is really actually similar to the data that we've seen for lesbian women. So really similar in terms of that lifetime prevalence. And then the reported rates of other forms of non-consensual sexual contact is really actually quite similar to the data that we have for gay men in particular. And so what we're seeing, again, is a picture that's showing us that for the ACE community, it's largely matching up to the broader LGBTQ+ community in terms of that lifetime prevalence. And nearly 1/4 of the respondents for the ACE community survey reported that they had had sex because of some form of societal pressure. And so that's, I think, a really important point to also emphasize as well. But when we're also talking about the ACE community, let's see if I can, okay. When we're talking about the ACE community, what we're also seeing is that for folks who are experiencing non-consensual sex or rape, we're seeing about 13%, and we're seeing about 4.5% or so who are saying, I'm not sure, not really sure if that was non-consensual sex or not. And then for just general non-consensual sexual contact, we're seeing a much higher rate at almost 40% and still about 5% saying, I'm not really sure. And then for folks who are reporting they've had sex due to some type of societal pressure, that's a little over 20% or 1/5 of the respondents. And so what we're seeing here again is matching up pretty closely to the experiences of lesbian women and gay men. But when we're also talking about some of the demographics when we're talking about some of the demographics related to sexual violence against ACE folks, perpetrators of sexual violence against ACE people, as reported by survivors, were predominantly men. So the people who have experienced sexual violence are reporting this data, and they reported that about 85% of that was done by folks who identified specifically as men. And about 65% of respondents who had experienced sexual violence experienced it from someone who is not an intimate partner. So not an intimate partner. And then about half reported experiencing sexual violence from an intimate partner. And so what we're seeing there is a skew where we're seeing more folks reporting I've experienced sexual violence and it was not from an intimate partner. And then about half of survivors in the ACE community saying I experienced sexual violence and it was from perpetrated by an intimate partner. And then when we're talking about the median and mean ages for the first time that an ACE person experiences sexual violence, The median is 15, so that's that midpoint, and the average is about 14. And so essentially for our ACE folks who are reporting being survivors of sexual violence, this is the average is happening to them in their teens, in their early teens. And then when we're looking at the age at which someone experienced sexual violence last, what we're seeing is that average age being about 20 and that median being about 19. And so what we're basically seeing is some folks reporting obviously very early in life and some folks reporting throughout their life. I do want to note though, there are a couple considerations with this data. It is very alarming, obviously, to hear that the average age for an ACE person to first experience sexual violence is in the early teens, and the age at last reported sexual violence is in late teens, early 20s. One thing that I do think is an important note here, particularly in regards to this age at last sexual violence, this data set does skew younger. This data set does skew younger. And there's all sorts of reasons for that. And I'm more than happy to speak on that more in the Q&A, but I want to make sure that we have enough time for us to also get to Lynn's portion, because I can talk your ears off about data all day. And I gladly will if given the space, but we only have a short amount of time together. And so when we're talking about sexual violence in the ACE community, and we're thinking intersectionally in terms of gender, so we're talking about gender and trans identities, what we're actually seeing are some other sort of interesting points to pull out of the data. So this is basically our folks who are identifying as asexual, demi, gray asexual, and then questioning. And then what we're basically seeing here is that for folks who are reporting, for demographics within the ACE community that are reporting the highest levels of sexual violence, we're seeing again another disparity emerging, that demisexual and gray asexual folks are actually reporting sexual violence at statistically higher rates than folks who just specifically identify as asexual. So again, what we're seeing again, sort of similarly with the LGBTQ portion of the community, we're seeing a similar disparity where some members of the community are reporting at higher rates. Same sort of thing we were seeing with trans-binary populations and for non-binary populations as well. And then when we're talking about trans folks specifically, so hopping to this portion of the graphic, when we're talking about trans folks in particular, what we're seeing essentially is for folks who identify as trans and ACE, about 55% are reporting sexual violence at some point in their life, and for cis ACE folks, about 40%. So we're also seeing that same disparity between trans and cis members of the asexual community as well, where trans folks are reporting at much higher rates that they have experienced sexual violence at some point in their life. So the big takeaway here is again, remembering that that community is not monolithic and their experiences are certainly not, and that even when we're talking about intimate partner violence and sexual violence within the ACE community, we're still seeing disparities, similar to disparities that we're seeing in the LGBTQ plus community more broadly. And then the last portion, and then Lynn, I'm gonna let you take it away with your social work tips. But when we're also talking about the ACE community, I also like to emphasize that just because someone is ACE doesn't mean that they have not had consensual sex, and doesn't mean they're not interested in consensual sex. And so the majority of respondents for the ACE community survey, about 68%, had not had a consensual sexual experience. And just over 30% had reported that, yes, I have had a consensual sexual experience in my life. And there are a variety of reasons for that, right? There are a variety of reasons, and that is potentially a whole other presentation, but I can go through some of those during the Q&A if folks are curious. But there are a whole litany of different reasons that ACE folks report having had consensual sex or being interested in having consensual sex. And basically, the median and mean ages for the first time an ACE person reports consensual sex is around 19. And that's an important thing an important point to remember. And when we're looking basically at the ways in which this data plays out, the age at first consensual sex for ace folks, again, hovering around 19, but there are also plenty of folks, again, who are experiencing their age of first consensual sex much later in life. And I do want to give a nod to there are likely a lot more people hovering in that 30 to 50 range. But again, this data set does skew younger, and there are lots of reasons for that. So that is one limitation to take into consideration, that these numbers might be a bit different if we had a more comprehensive sampling of older cases. The important thing to also remember here too is essentially that just because someone is ace does not mean that they have experienced sexual violence, right? We already talked about that early on in the presentation, but I just want to hammer that home because we have focused really heavily on the data pertaining to ace folks who are reporting sexual violence. But again, that is certainly not the experience of every single ace person, just as having consensual sex is not the experience of every single ace person. So again, just breaking down some common myths. And Lynn, I am going to hand it over to you, and I think we are on track for our 10 minutes of Q&A.
Awesome, awesome. And thank you all for patiently watching, or maybe not watching, as my very needy cat decided to come on screen. I
know I was
but I know most of you or all of you may already know all of this from coming to the conference or from the work that you're doing already, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate what some really important trauma-informed practices are so that we can kind of ground ourselves and think about them in relation to the ace community. So, you know, the idea that healing can happen for survivors of violence, of sexual violence, but other forms of violence through the experience of having a collaborative and trusting relationship with a practitioner, therapist, caseworker, whoever, making sure that you are not only culturally humble, but responsive in your interactions. And, you know, coming to a workshop like this is a great way to help folks who are not within the community kind of understand and have ownership of their own education around this, so that we are not, you know, not able to be responsive to our clients, but also so that we're not taking up time during any kind of session, getting support from our clients on how we need to be helping them. Mirroring language, I think that's a really big thing, not just for the individual themselves, but for other people in their life, other people who may be in the LGBTQ plus community, not assuming that, you know, the person who has committed this, the person who is the perpetrator, uses particular pronouns or has a particular identity, even though the data backs up it doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be a particular identity every single time. I think strengths-based approaches and like really leaning into the resilience, particularly the resilience that the LGBTQ community has and has developed over, you know, our liberation movement over the past few decades. But, you know, LGBTQ people have been here since the beginning of time, right? The resilience of being an often invisibilized and criminalized community over that long time has built a lot of resilience. Just being sensitive to the concept of re-traumatization and how interactions with providers or people who are, you know, involved in supporting a survivor can re-traumatize them through asking about, you know, specifics or making assumptions, and very, very specifically being LGBTQ plus and ace specific in your affirming environment. So making sure that it's not just, you know, an LGBTQ sticker, a rainbow flag, or a sticker that you have in your office, in your environment. There's a lot of online, a little bit of offline tension within the LGBTQ community around whether or not asexual people are actually legitimate LGBTQ people. We are not going to entertain that here. We are saying that ACE folks are absolutely part of the community, but having ACE specific things, whether it's a flag, a sticker, making sure to include it in options when you're doing surveys or intake forms or anything like that, I think is really important, because it's a nice way to flag to people in the community that their identity here is going to be safe and it's going to be affirmed. I don't know if you want to move to the next slide. Thank you. Again, some other things that I think are really important for us to reiterate. So believing, validating survivors, maintaining and respecting appropriate boundaries as a healing practice, reinforcing our survivors' narrative ownership and their right to disclose and their right to not disclose, right? So there may be a lot of people in the community, as I said, because of friction in the greater LGBTQ community, or just generally from a very broader, like, societal community that does not affirm and support ACE folks. People who are in the community may not want to disclose, so making sure that you know who and how you're allowed to disclose their identity to other practitioners or other professionals, that sort of thing. Empowerment through emphasizing choice, control, and autonomy, as well as supporting nuanced and complex understandings, right? So I think it's really important for us here to take a moment to kind of reflect on not just the stereotypes and assumptions that folks might have around, for example, ACE folks, but also around queer folks, people of color, right? I would hazard a big reason why there are lower rates of people of color who are reporting for this ACE census is because in many ways, the hypersexualization of many communities of color means that a lot of people may not even think of themselves as allowed to be asexual. There's also the fact that a very white dominant community online may make BIPOC folks, right, and may not make them feel comfortable in identifying with that community, engaging with that community. So really thinking about, what does this kind of complex understanding, what does an intersectional understanding really look like, and being attentive to all of these different moving pieces. I also think it's really important, particularly because this is a marginalized population, to consider transformative justice and to make it a really significant part of the work that you do. Not all survivors are necessarily going to be comfortable disclosing to law enforcement or, you know, to anyone where there could be some kind of backlash or punishment for perpetrators. And this may be because, you know, that there's a shared community there, any number of different things. And we have to acknowledge and accept that, you know, we live in a society that has systems of power and institutions that don't really serve survivors in many ways. I think we are all very cognizant of that in the last 24 hours after, you know, there was I'll just say it, after Bill Cosby was released. But I think it's important for us to move away from just thinking about what justice can look like within a carceral sense. How can justice be an integrated part of our communities at every level? How can we seek to transform systems and institutions so that they can be a source of justice? And then another couple of things that I wanted to highlight is just that we need to recognize the macro impact that influences this community with, you know, unique barriers to care. And this is common for other marginalized populations, but historical or generational trauma within the community, you know, especially within the broader LGBTQ community, community supports, right? So somebody who is going out and trying to seek support for their experience of sexual violence may find themselves stripped of their community if the person who has perpetrated that violence against them is also part of the community, which can cause ruptures. And then, collective trauma, right? I can definitely tell you as, somebody who identifies as gray A and queer, and among other things, that, when somebody in my community is harmed, I feel that harmed. It's part of the collective trauma that we share. And also to reject common assumptions around LGBTQ survivors and ACE survivors, around individuals generally. And we're going to go into that a little bit in the next slide just to highlight some common ones. I know there's also been some really great comments in the chat, and I want to be able to come back to them. So Tim, if you could push us forward just one more slide. Thank you so much. So just a few really common ones tend to be that some kind of physical, whether it is hormonal, right, or mental condition, depression, anxiety, especially as this intersects with folks who may be taking medications that may lower libido or sexual drive. There's that often the assumption is that the asexual identity is because of that. Another really common one is that people adopt an asexual identity because only of sexual trauma or only because of childhood sexual abuse. I want to just be very clear that there are a lot of people in the community who obviously have this kind of experience. And then there's also folks who may not be part of the asexual community, who may not necessarily identify with it, but who use some of the language around it as a way of kind of processing and dealing with their trauma. There can be some correlation, but there is not a causation. There's, the assumption that because intimate partners are, somehow owed sexual contact, this invalidates the experiences of ACE people. And this kind of goes into what somebody in the chat was mentioning around corrective rape, which is something that's also common in for queer women or not straight women. And also, behavior does not equal identity. Everyone has a different kind of response to trauma. So, if it is somebody who is asexual, who begins to have consensual sexual, some kind of sexual experiences after, as a way to kind of process their trauma, or in a way is responding to trauma, or who may not be doing that and had been previously seeking out consensual sexual activity. Again, it doesn't have anything to do with the identity itself. It has to do with how somebody is processing. And then these are some really common barriers that can exist for the community. I've talked about them a little bit. But another couple of things that I want to just kind of point out is that, when you come forward and you're part of a marginalized community, right, you fear oftentimes making things worse for your community by having, engaging in some kind of stereotype, or by splitting a community against itself. Folks may also fear discrimination for other identities or practices. So there are a number of other identities, whether that is race, gender, disability, nationality, whether someone is undocumented. But there is also some practices that may be common amongst the community, such as ethical non-monogamy, which is one of them that I'm thinking of, is that there are a number of folks who are in the ACE community who may have multiple partners, or whose partners have multiple partners, where they may have an intimate relationship that does not involve sex, but their partner may have a sexual relationship with somebody else. And stereotypes around communities and relationships like this may make somebody very hesitant to come forward. So I just want to make sure that we have enough time for questions. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the chat, Tim. I'm thinking maybe we should go forth and take a look at the chat and then kind of open up for questions. You are muted. I don't know if you.
I did. It's officially a Zoom call It's officially a Zoom call. I did take a look at the chat. Lots of folks are fans of the cat. So yeah, very good. But yeah, we have our 10 minutes at the end as promised for questions and answers. But also, thank you all so much for coming and spending time with us. I know a conference, like any conference, is a lot. And a multi-day conference on sexual and intimate partner violence is certainly a lot in terms of like the emotional work that people put in. So thank you all so much for spending that additional time with us. And if folks have questions about just ACE identities in a more general sense, we would, I'm sure, be happy to cover that. I am also going to stop our screen share, and I am going to pull. I'm going to pull something else while folks are thinking of questions.
I also just want to say, like, this to me is such a beautiful community. And I think, the community of folks who are working in doing this work and really committed to this work are just so full of amazing, giving, dedicated people. And I want to thank you and just express how excited and happy I am to be here. And I think it's just so important that we give ourselves the kind of kudos and the pats on the back for doing the work that we should do, because a lot of the time we are not seen, and we don't often see the work that we see because we're kind of focused on being super people who are have no needs, no wants, no anything of ourselves. The other thing I'm going to do while Tim is pulling this up is to shout out to somebody very special in the audience to me. Her name is Benida, and 10 years ago this year, she hired me to do my first sexual violence prevention work at UConn. So thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you.
Yes. And while folks are thinking of their questions, I am just going to drop our website for the ACE and AIR Alliance of Central Ohio. I know most folks here probably aren't in Central Ohio, but we are largely doing virtual things. And there's a long history of the ACE community existing and thriving in virtual spaces. And so we are carrying that legacy on. But we also do have a number of different asynchronous resources, asynchronous learning resources on our website too. So everything ranging from like ACE 101 to how to support ACE youth in school settings. And we also have tons of resources focused on aromanticism and how to support aromantic folks. And so that is a whole other demographic that we didn't talk about today in terms of the content of the presentation. So please certainly feel free to check those resources out. All of it is 100% free. And available to folks for download, so certainly feel free to use that.
Thank you all. So not to put pressure on anybody, but anyone wanna, you can unmute. You're welcome to unmute or to drop something in the chat. If you have questions, even if it isn't necessarily.
Yeah, private message us. We won't attach your name to it if you don't want to. Oftentimes, folks are curious about the difference. I mentioned it very briefly, but the difference between asexual identities and words like abstinence or celibacy. I don't know, that might be helpful just to like break the ice a little bit, but asexual is obviously an identity category. Abstinence is specifically a choice not to engage in sex, so emphasis on the choice, usually potentially for a moral and or health related reason or a variety of other reasons. And celibacy is, again, choice to not engage in sex, specifically and pretty much almost exclusively with that word, just by definition, for religious and or moral reasons. So again, 3 very different words and two that are not identities specifically. Oh, we do have a private question. Do you know of any research that focuses on sexual violence / intimate partner violence experiences of aromantic folks and how that compares with the data that you shared earlier? No, I don't have that data, and I wish I did. So even within ACE and Arrow spaces, like I like to say, like the ACE and Arrow communities like kind of caucus together, but the data on aromantic folks is much less prevalent. And not that we're swimming in ACE data. I mean, we've got a lot thanks to the ACE community survey. That is the reason. And if folks were paying attention to the chat earlier, I responded to someone that mentioned like the need for data and the fact that we don't have data that we can really look at longitudinally. And that is definitely really, really important. And the reason that we have so much ACE data is because the ACE community specifically calls for volunteers to put this survey together every year to analyze it, to make sure that it happens. And they certainly rely on other organizations to encourage folks to participate. That currently doesn't exist for the Arrow community in a significant way yet. But just given the rates at which particularly folks in the Generation Z cohort, so again, our like quote unquote traditional college age population, I would presume that we're gonna start seeing folks pushing for that data a lot more than we're seeing now. But I wish I had more data-driven resources to share, but unfortunately I don't. Ooh, it's okay. The chat is lighting up now. I wish people were taught this in elementary and high school. I didn't have sex in high school because I didn't want people want to, and people gave me a lot of crap about it. I can't imagine pressure. I can't imagine the pressure when people give you shit about. Yes, yeah, there's a lot of that, and I think that for me at least, I don't know. I actually don't know your experience, Lynn, but for me, I was describing a textbook definition of demisexuality like all through high school and through undergrad. And it wasn't until I got to graduate school that my significant other like stumbled across the definition of demisexual. I didn't even know. I was like, this is what I experienced. I can't explain my attraction any differently than this. But I remember literally where I was. I was in my grad school apartment first year at UConn, getting ready to walk out the door to a seminar. And I saw that message from her and I was like, oh my gosh, this is the word. Like this 100% describes everything that I've been saying for a decade. And I will say that one thing I've noticed in the work that I do on our campus here in Ohio, but also the work I do in the community, is that particularly younger folks are getting greater access to this vocabulary than certainly I had. And I think that's a really wonderful thing. There's a lot of work to be done still there for sure. Really nice thank you to us and the conference planning committee. Yes, we appreciate them so much. There's a couple other private questions. Do you have any recommendations for advocating on behalf of the Arrow ACE community to people who might say there isn't space in the LGBTQ plus community for them? Lynn, do you want to knock this one out? This one's a spicy question. I like it.
You know, I think it's really important. So this is a big, you can probably tell this is like a hot button issue for me. This is a big issue. I think it's really important for us to look historically at the ways in which different subcategories in the community and the broader LGBTQ community have experienced the same kind of gatekeeping and the same kind of, you're not queer enough, you're not this enough, you're not that enough. So this is something that's happened to folks who are bisexual, who are queer. You know, this is something that's happened a lot with trans folks in particular, you know, maybe trans folks who are not choosing to transition or who do not feel the need to transition. You know, in certain communities, this has kind of been the attitude towards trans women and femmes. So I think we can just kind of look at this historical, you know, record and be like, oh, so the same arguments are happening over and over again. The other thing too is that I think that there is some kind of like attitude that, you know, oh, there's all of these ACE folks who are, you know, heterosexual and cisgender who want to come in and take up space in all of these LGBTQ spaces. First off, I think that overestimates the number of people who are in the community who are cisgender and heterosexual. As we saw from the data, a large proportion of the population would consider themselves to be questioning or LGBTQ or T. So I think really you have to kind of say to yourself, is this like a straw person in the room, or is this something that's actually happening in reality? And if you look at the data, it's just not there.
Yeah, I think that's a solid point. My favorite response, I 100% agree with everything Lynn has just shared. My favorite response is, well, the LGBTQ plus community is a community of diverse sexualities, genders, and sexes. And if that is our definition of the community, asexuality is a diverse sexuality. Like, we know it is. We're the A in the community, oftentimes put in the plus, but we're very much a part of the community. And I love the fact that Lynn just like drove it home with the data. Well, it shows that you're wrong. Like, it shows that you're factually inaccurate. Someone did ask, and I realized we were at the 5:30 mark, so I'm gonna keep it real short. Someone asked, how do you feel about the ACE book by Angela Chin as a source of information for allosexual folks? This is the book. I would definitely recommend it. It is fantastic, and Angela Chin has done like a lot of amazing work. There are lots of podcasts, I think, that have featured her, and some articles and reviews. Yeah, really fantastic book. Would definitely recommend it. There's also some good YA books that are out for folks that are working with ACE youth, particularly high schoolers and middle schoolers. But in terms of other resources, definitely take a look at our website. We've tried to compile a whole host of things and to link to other national and international resources too. But yeah, so certainly, there's lots out there. And there's another private message that sad that asexual folks are missing something, not feeling. My first thought is, I am sad that asexual folks are missing something, not feeling sexual attraction. Do people often feel sorry for you? I don't know. I don't feel sorry, because the thing is, again, there's not a monolithic experience within the ACE community. And again, there is a very substantial portion of the ACE community that reports they have had consensual sex for a variety of reasons. And that is just one aspect of potential relationship dynamics, kind of like as Lynn shared. There are like ACE folks who are very engaged in like kink communities. There are plenty of ACE folks, like I'm currently married. There are plenty of ACE folks who are in longstanding relationships with significant others who aren't necessarily ACE. And so, I think like, I don't know what the rest of the sort of allosexual, so non-ACE community thinks, but I certainly don't feel like I'm missing something in my life. I love that I'm part of the ACE community. Yeah, like it's cool.
Do we have time for me to jump on really, really quick? Okay, thank you. So I think a lot of people would respond to that with saying, can you miss something you never had? So that's one thing. Yes, there's a lot, but at the same time, if people do feel bad or have feelings of loss or like somehow the fear of missing out, FOMO, right? Is that coming from an internal place, or is that coming from the fact that we live in a society where sex is equated with love, where romantic and or sexual relationships are seen as supposedly the most important relationship in your life, that they're supposed to take precedence over, friendships and other things. And so I think that as we continue to do the work of unpacking these sort of institutions and what does it really mean for us, and what does it mean to to come away from all of these maybe traditional understandings of how we're supposed to live our lives, that will create more spaces, not just for ACE people, in much the way that exploring sexuality and gender creates a richer and more nuanced understanding for cisgender and heterosexual folks too. Like, it's going to make it better for everyone. The other thing too is that there are just because somebody does not experience sexual attraction doesn't mean that they don't engage in sex for other kinds of reasons, whether that's maybe to procreate, to have kids, or because sex is a stimulating experience for many people. So I don't want to make it too long, but I just want to reiterate thanking everyone, especially our wonderful organizers, for letting us go a couple minutes over.
And if I could steal one more minute, Elizabeth, then I promise.
Elizabeth's like, we're never going to just shut this down. We're good here. We're going to be here all night.
There's also a lot of analogies and some really funny, clever jokes in the ACE community around cake. So some of the analogies that folks in the ACE community will sometimes use to explain asexuality, because oftentimes that myth does pop up of, well, how do you not, don't you feel like you're missing something? Like, why everyone likes sex? Like, how do you not like sex? So one funny thing that folks sometimes use to explain it is like cake. Who doesn't like cake? Everyone likes cake. But the reality is some people don't, and that's okay. Not everyone has to like cake. But it's sort of in the history of like AVEN, that organization I talked about with the web forums in the early 2000s, but there was a thread of essentially folks who were posting things that were, quote, better than sex. And cake became a very predominant one where folks said, you know what? Actually, I'd rather have cake than I'd rather have sex. And so a lot of times in ACE imagery, you'll see a lot of like nods to cake. And I just felt like I should probably clarify that if you end up looking up stuff on your own time afterwards. And like, why are they so obsessed as a community with cake? But that's it's a little funny sort of history there.
Yeah. Fun fact, I hate cake.
How do you not like cake?
Timothy, Lynn, thank you so much for this really enlightening experience. We will have to have you back, hopefully, when we are live. Clearly, amazing conversation that folks were, eager to participate in and learn from and listen. Thank you to all of the folks who have participated throughout the week. Thank you to all of you who are here right now for sticking it out. We know, folks don't stay past 5 o'clock on a holiday weekend, unless, a long weekend, unless there's some really good content in front of them or they're really committed to the work. So that's all of you. And we're just so grateful to everyone. And we hope that you have the very best weekend. And we hope to see you when we are live again in 2022, which at this point sounds weird, but Spectrum 2022 in Albany, New York, in person, fingers crossed. Thank you all so much. And with that, we are going to end Spectrum. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you all so much for sticking with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you also to Elizabeth for giving us a little extra time. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Got it. Bye, y'all. We'll keep in touch. Bye.
Bye.